Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby Beyond Forever Sports for today's preview. Argentina versus England, the bronze medal match. A match that a lot of fans and I think players and just general people are asking to actually be cut out the World Cup because I think a lot of players don't want to play it. Not sure how many fans want to see it, but at the same time, it does provide an opportunity, I suppose, for example, for outgoing players to play a final game, although I don't think anybody really wants to retire in a third and fourth playoff game. So it's an interesting one with regards to the concept. And immediately I would love to know what you guys think. Should we keep this match? Should we bin this match? What do you guys think? Where are you at with this match? Do you think it adds value to the tournament, or do you think it's one of those things that they shouldn't, after the disappointment of a semi-final, to expect a team to be able to get themselves up and play a third and fourth playoff is an unfair expectation. Regardless of that, we will have a match tonight. Argentina, I think, are treating it with quite a lot of respect. I think they would love to get a third place medal and take something home a bit with them. So yeah, I suppose it's interesting how different teams I think would approach this game. I think a Springbok side would be very unhappy to be in a game like this. I think a Fiji, for example, if they gotten through, would love to play in a game like this. So maybe I suppose it's also different teams will approach it differently. But yeah, we'll go to the two teams and let us know who you think is going to win. I'd love to see Argentina come away with a victory. I really would. So yeah, before we look at the two teams, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll start with the home side, inverted commas, which is Argentina. And I think this team probably shows you how seriously they are taking it. Minimal changes from Michael Cheika, pretty much going full strength. And it's going to be a sending off for a couple of players, the likes of Nicolas Sanchez and Augustin Creevy, some amazing players who have been great servants to the Argentinian side, who will be bringing a close to their Argentinian career tonight. So in the front row, it's unchanged in Thomas Gajo, Julian Montoya, Francisco Gomez Cordela in that front row. Then Guido Petit, Pedro Rubiolo on in the second row. And an unchanged loose trio of Jean-Martin Gonzalez, Marcus Kremer, and Facundo Aiza, who I thought came in and was pretty impressive last weekend. There's no doubt that they missed Pablo Matera, but I don't think it would have made that much of a difference. So just the one change to the pack in Pedro Rubiolo getting an opportunity in that second row. In terms of the back line, just the two changes, Thomas Kobeli and Geronimo de la Fuente coming in. So Kobeli will partner Santiago Carreras. I was really hoping to see a Nicolas Sanchez start. I think he's been absolutely sublime coming off the bench. The entire tournament would love to see what he could do with a starting berth, but they are sticking with Santiago Carreras. Your two wings are Matteo Carreras and Emiliano Buffelli. In the center, Geronimo de la Fuente will partner Lucio Cinti, and then John Cruz Malia continues at fullback as per usual. Off the bench, it is Augustin Creevy, Joel Slavi, Eduardo Bello in the front row, then Matias Alemano, Rodrigo Bruni, Laturo Bazan Velez, Nicolas Sanchez, and Matias Moroni. It is an unchanged bench from last weekend. In terms of England, they have made 8 changes to their side, so lots of different faces. In the front row, we will see Theo Dan actually play for the first time in about a month. The last 3 games, he was left on the bench for 80 minutes. So, I mean, he will have a big point to prove, I think, to show that he was more than capable of coming in and affecting games. Jamie George is a fantastic player and has had a great tournament, but you do have to feel for Theo Dan, who's just not been back to be able to do anything, really. Which is why he left to the bench, really. So it is against Theo Dan. Will Stewart comes into the starting lineup as well, so it's actually a brand new front row. It again came off the bench last week against the Box. Mario Toja has Ollie Chesham company in the second row. He comes in for George Martin, who I thought actually had a great game. And it's a new look, loose trio. Tom Curry will play despite a very strange week for him, a horrible week for him, really. Lots of social media abuse, which is not fair. And we've spoken about the fact that, regardless of what you think about the accusations, about what he heard, the abuse he's received in social media cannot be justified. Yeah, he's partnered with Sam Underhill, who will make his first game of the tournament, and Ben Earl, who's been absolutely brilliant for England. Ben Youngs comes in his final England game. The most capped player of all time for England will bow out tonight. He will partner Owen Farrell in that halfback pairing. Halfback pairings you've seen a lot, and these two have shared a field for many an occasion. The two wings, Henry and Randall, comes into the side. Freddie Stewart shifts from fullback into wing. Interesting if we might not see this sort of combination next year. Marcus Smith at fullback, and the centre, the Mario Tuolagi and Joe Marchand do continue. Off the bench, it is Jamie George, Bevan Rodd, and Dan Cole. Dave Ribbons comes in. Lewis Laidlaw gets an opportunity, and then Danny Kerr, George Ford, and Ollie Lawrence, as is last week. It's a rotated English side, still a decent English side. I personally think that Argentina have got more to win out of this game. I think that they are looking at this game with their view to try and win it. I think they're prioritizing this game a lot more than England are. And I think that I'd really like to see them go and get the job done. Let me know what your score predictions are, as well as who you'd like to see the win down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and some breaking news. Wayne Barnes will referee the 2023 Rugby World Cup final, his first ever Rugby World Cup final, and how deserved is it really? Before we even talk about whether he's got bias for teams or whatever, we're talking about the most capped referee of all time that has never done a final. So this has been a long time coming, really. And for one, I'm very chuffed with it. I mean, it was kind of obvious in certain ways, but we haven't had official confirmation. And yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with the decision. So before we talk about who his assistants are, as well as who will be taking on the third and fourth playoff on Friday night, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so Wayne Barnes with the whistle on Saturday evening. He is the most capped referee ever. He did get this last year. However, he has been, under the cosh previously with South African supporters, and very, very badly. You see some horrible abuse last year, which wasn't great at the end of the day, and we know this. And it was a very unfortunate incident. And I think, to be fair, I think we've pretty much turned a corner. So, Bok fans, I don't think we need to be worrying about Wayne Barnes, because also, to put in perspective, Wayne Barnes officiated the All Blacks in 2007 when they went out, and that year was voted the third most hated person in New Zealand. So yeah, I don't think he's got too much affinity to either side, to be perfectly honest. He's done 110 tests before. The only person who's more experienced in a test match on Saturday than Wayne Barnes, I think will be Etzebeth, Sam Watchalong, and maybe Beauden Barrett. Those are the only players who've been in more test matches than the man in the middle. So you can't ask for more, really. In terms of his assistants, he is going to be assisted by Carl Dixon and Matthew Carley, both of England, and Tom Foley has been named as the television match official. I personally think Wayne Barnes probably would have refereed the 2019 final had he not been English, because obviously England were in the final, therefore he couldn't. So yeah, it's an interesting one, because I think he's been a long time coming, but obviously this is not always down to you. It's got to be about the right sort of teams in the final to allow you to be able to take part in the game itself. So I think Jaco Paper would have been involved in the third and fourth, for example. In fact, I think he would have been in line potentially to have ref the final had South Africa not get him there, and had he not been injured. I think that if it was New Zealand and England in the final, for example, and he was fit, I think that Jaco Paper probably would have been the referee, because you couldn't have had a Wayne Barnes, you couldn't have had a Ben O'Keefe, for example. You couldn't have had a Luke Pearce, who, according to the release, is not involved, and I cannot understand that. I did see something that apparently he is involved. I'm trying to work out what I've missed, and whether he is actually involved and stuff like that, because I'm not seeing him over here. But I did see something that he was involved. That probably would have been my choice. If I had to choose a referee, I think that I think he's brilliant. I think Luke Pearce is the future. He's officially the official touchline referee and reserve. But this doesn't say that, so I'm a bit confused as to what the story is. So as the pitch side official, okay. So yeah, so he will be the reserve referee basically, I think. from the sounds of it. So yeah, it doesn't say so in the actual release, but apparently that is the case. Which good. He has, I said, I think that Luke Pierce. Well, I love Luke Pierce. I think his communication is second to none. I think he's got a very measured head. And I think he communicates so well with the players, and he communicates his point and what he's penalizing so well. So you're never in the dark with Luke Pierce. You always know what's going on, which I absolutely love as a fan. You know, I love to know why he's penalized them. He's very good with his explanations, and I enjoy that. But Wayne Barnes is absolute class. In terms of bronze final appointments, it will be Nick Berry from Australia who will take charge of that. He'll be supported by Nika Amashukeli from Georgia, who I think has got a potential World Cup final in his future, and Andrew Brace from Ireland, with Ben Whitehouse from Wales as the TMO. So yeah, it's good teams. At the end of the day, it's you know, there has been very much a process that they've been quite open about the fact that, well, I wouldn't say open in terms of showing ratings, but it is apparently merit based. So during the group stage, they then had a review and said, right, who are our top performing referees? They were going to be our quarterfinal officials, similarly with the semifinals, and then basically what you do with the finals, you basically, I think basically what I would assume you kind of do is you go, right, these are our top officials, and then you can kind of allocate them based on affinity. So the fact that obviously you can't have a Ben O'Keefe in the final panel because, you know, he's either playing and stuff like that. So let me know what you think. Are you happy with Wayne Barnes as referee? Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon.
Skinstad, straight through, when it comes, Bobby Skinstad, a magnificent try!
Well, hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for the big week. It is finals week, and I'm joined by a Springbok legend and former Rugby World Cup winner, Bob Skinstad. Bob, first of all, thank you so much for helping out. And have you recovered from last weekend and the weekends before drama?
Steve, I don't think you ever recover. I mean, you know, two points in a quarters and a semi. I mean, I don't know if you saw, but I was commentating alongside Matt Dawson. I wasn't even able to celebrate. I was literally gone. So no, I haven't recovered, but I am excited. I mean, we're into a final, and it's a great opportunity. I think this team have really played above themselves, and ridden the luck where they needed to. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just happy to be along for the ride.
And which match do you think you were more on edge of? Which match did you have more confidence that we'd be able to find a way?
Well, I think before the France match, I was really worried because I felt, you know, they had this massive national sort of spirit behind them. I mean, the stadium was extraordinary in terms of, you know, they're talking rugby about the 16th man, and that's the crowd and everybody behind you. So that was, I mean, formidable. And I think it was an amazing opportunity to see the team and the resilience and just sticking into the game and holding onto the game. And then the funny thing is with the England match, I was the one saying they need to watch out for England because England could be a potential banana skin. England are up for this. England want to prove themselves. England under Borthwick needs some good news. You know, there's a whole bunch of reasons. And then suddenly, you know, 3-0, 6-0, 6-3, 9-3. And I started to think, well, hang on. I hope they're not starting to believe as much as my mate Matt Dawson here, because he's starting to whack the table with his fists. So I would say they were different iterations of themselves. You know, two very, very tight, well contested games, but obviously very different in terms of tries scored and that kind of thing.
And then just in terms of looking back at the semi-finals, we saw two very different semis. On Friday, a bit of a blowout, which maybe it had the potential to do, but I think we were all hoping that Argentina would be a lot more competitive. And then, you know, obviously the very close game on Saturday. Now, if you look at, for example, the world rankings, you know, in theory there shouldn't have been that much of a difference between the two teams. So why do you think there was the blowout on Friday versus how close it was on Saturday?
It's a good question because I think Argentina have had so much going on in their prep. You know, they quite famously said that they felt they were underprepared. So I thought they were going to come into the tournament, squeak through, even maybe win that England match, and then be really devastating around quarterfinals and semi-finals. But they just didn't turn up. You know, so I don't know. I mean, I think the one thing you have to remember is that Argentina have got tremendous results over the last 3 years. I mean, they've beaten New Zealand, and in Australia. They've beaten South Africa home and away. They've beaten Australia in Australia. You know what I mean? They're a really, really top class outfit. I mean, they've beaten England recently, so I was expecting a lot more. If there was a preparation issue, then it has been addressed, because Michael Cheika said as much. But I did feel sometimes you get that run, you get that momentum into a tournament. So I can't put my finger on it, but they weren't good enough for a very, very rampant All Black side who have definitely hit some fantastic form. And I think the important thing there is to, true champions know when to turn up, and the All Blacks did exactly that.
And then looking at the match between the Box and England, in terms of lessons learned, did England almost provide a bit of a blueprint on how to beat the Box? And how much do you think New Zealand watched that game and went, well, hang on, this is, if the conditions are similar, which it is looking like it could be, this is how this. Do you think there were a couple of lessons that they might take out in terms of how they're going to approach the game this Saturday?
Yeah, look, I mean, you've got to give full credit to England. I mean, I think that the most important thing was that they executed a strategy which they implemented at 100%. They were amazing. Alex Mitchell's kicking was so on point. Freddie Stewart was brilliant in the air. They competed against every one of our lineouts. They squeezed the gap between the lineouts. They made it really difficult for us to play the kind of rugby we wanted to play. If the All Blacks can do that, then they will be as competitive as England are. But I don't think the All Blacks play like that. I mean, the All Blacks try and prize you open with a little bit of backline work. They cross kick a lot more than England did. Remember, they did a lot of box kicking, not so much cross kicking. And the All Blacks are very good in the air and will take us on. So we might see a lot of it. I don't think they're going to change their tactics 100% though. So they'll take the good bits out of that and then add the sprinkling of the good bits that they've already got.
Right, so you've been in the camp. The Monday you wake up and you're still sort of coming down a bit of a high from winning a semi-final, and all of a sudden you've got days left, for a final. What goes through your mind when you wake up on that Monday morning, in terms of the actual week, and what does that sort of week of build up towards a final look like?
It's funny, it's always a fun week because you're ready for this big challenge in front of you, and you're ready to take on all comers. You're ready to take on whoever's in front of you, and you want to do your bit. So there's a lot of like extra prep that you do, but it's just like homework. It doesn't really feel that you go in and you have a really tough week. I mean, I had an extraordinary incident because I had a preggy wife with a kiddie on the way, so I had my 1 hour was looking towards home. And then my son actually arrived in World Cup final week, 3 weeks early. So it sort of threw my preparation a little bit. But I think back to my roommate Butch James, who's always a relaxed guy, and he was sort of pacing up and down a little bit, and we actually both said, well, let's just go calmly here because you're going to expend all of our energy before we even get onto the field, and that's what you need. You need to be at 100%. So I think what South Africa definitely do have is they've got that calmness to their approach. They've got that ability to take on, their individual tasks, but not to take on more pressure than they need to. So the week will be managed well by the staff and management, and they won't have players doing things that are different to their normal routine, but they certainly will be tidying up any extra let's just say little bits of homework, like I said, little bits of detail on the plan and the strategy that they want to implement.
Okay, and then so the big talk at the moment is two very, not only physically but mentally draining playoff games. That full 80-minute performance is needed. A lot of fans are worried about the fatigue, and the team being tired and stuff. First of all, it's been a long tournament, a much longer tournament than before. So obviously mentally, there will be a lot of fatigue, and I think that's where, very interestingly, them having that whole family environment has apparently been so good from that perspective, because you don't necessarily feel like you're missing home too much, because home's kind of with you. But also, I suppose, physically, a lot of these players will be tired. How much does that play a factor, or is it also a certain amount of, this is a World Cup final, it doesn't matter how I'm feeling, it doesn't matter what I'm going through. If there's one game I can pick myself up and sort of put that to the side, this should be the game.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you make a good point. How much of that would cut out what they would do normally? I don't know. I mean, I really think that there's a lot of adrenaline on the night, and you get 10-20% more energy from that. So as long as you don't expend it in the week before, then it's there in reserve. I also think that they're very well prepared in terms of the amount of hours that they've had in those legs of theirs. I mean, not to sort of overpraise the staff and management from South Africa, but Eben Etzebeth in the semi-final was tired, and you could see it, and he wasn't his usual self, and at 47 minutes they said, okay, go, you're off, because we don't need you expending another 33 minutes of time and effort when you are off your game. Now, can you imagine the extra motivation that gives him to put those 33 minutes into a final? And I think we will see those instances. We will see those players that have had little rest, little time off. We haven't seen the team hasn't come out yet. I think everybody's trying to keep their powder dry. But I definitely think that the most important sort of players, senior players, they will have put the pieces of the jigsaw together so that the best team can turn up in that final 80 minutes.
That Eben Etzebeth substitution you mentioned, I think for me was a very interesting point of the game. Even the Siya Kolisi one quite early. Do you think that's a bit of a hallmark of the sort of coaching staff, that they're not afraid to make the big decisions? They're not afraid to hook a Liebach in the first half. We've seen them replace front rows and players at stages of the game which we don't traditionally see it happen. Do you think that's kind of been one of the main themes, is that there is the sense of no player is untouchable, and if you're not at your best, or if you're a little bit off, we have full confidence that whoever's replacing you can fill your role. So we don't just, you're not going to keep Eben Etzebeth on for 80 minutes just because it's Eben Etzebeth. They're happy to replace him.
Well, I think you make a great point. They look at what they've done. They've said to the guys, you're in a jersey, okay, it's green and gold, and it's got a number on the back. It's yours for the time that we and you agree that you are giving your best for that jersey. And I think that's amazing. I really, really think it goes back to what Owen Eastwood, the fantastic he's a modern day sort of psychologist in terms of team culture and participation. And he worked with the Ryder Cup guys, and he said, no, you're only in your spot for the minutes that you are playing for this team. As soon as you're out, the next person's in. So give them back that jersey in the best condition you can. Whether you retire and move on, or you leave the field for 30 minutes because Snyman's got to go on. And I think the Springboks have embraced that naturally, and they've embraced it in terms of the empathetic leadership that we see from Siya Kolisi. So it's an amazing. I watch very closely. I'm an ex-player. I watch very, very closely. If I see a player coming off and shaking his head and throwing his elastoplast down into the thing, I think to myself, there's a fracture between the coach and that guy. But if I see a player coming off and you can see he's visibly disappointed, but will not absolutely display any of that, then I think there's a very healthy culture, because he knows that you have to give respect. He wants to go into the fight himself, but he knows that it's been agreed that he's not the right person for that role for right now. So I think it's a huge step forward in terms of squad management and team management.
Yeah, I absolutely love that idea. I think that's something which has been quite prevalent in the All Blacks camp as well. And I think that's apparently they've attributed a lot of that turnaround to the idea that, again, they're borrowing that jersey. It's not their jersey, and it's never their jersey. And that's sort of
to their credit. It is an ancient Maori sort of idea, and it's like you're only on this earth to take the baton, from your father, and to hand the baton to your son. If you think of it in those terms, and yes, it does come from there. And Owen Eastwood is a he's a Kiwi originally. So, but I think it applies. It doesn't matter what culture you get it from. It applies in family. It applies in team particularly, and I think the guys are doing it well.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, it's for me. We talk about that sort of that squad buy-in. I think that's been quite a prevalent thing, and all the teams have done well. I think in England as well. I think there seems to be a genuine buy-in and belief in what they're doing, which is why they might have overperformed. But let's talk about New Zealand. It's a very interesting scenario where we walk in. It's the old rivalry. We haven't had this match, in a World Cup final since '95. It's the final that I think a lot of the diehards would have wanted. And if we look back at the recent history between the two teams, it's really changed from one game to the other. Last year, winning in Bombela, then losing at Ellis Park. This year, being outplayed over in New Zealand, and then the thrashing at Twickenham. So it's a World Cup final, so you can never look too far backwards. But that result at Twickenham, I mean, that was the most dominant performance we've ever seen from a Springbok side against New Zealand side. There were a couple of players missing for New Zealand, but how much do you think that's playing on both sides' minds?
I think it'll be there in the background. I mean, it'll be a boon for the South African players who have seen, whether they were Springboks on that day or not, whether they sort of squad players who've seen, what South Africa can do against the New Zealand side. So that's a positive. But I really think the guys aren't going to be looking backwards that much. I think they'll look at individuals and performances. And when I say performances, I'm talking about activities. So, is Aaron Smith passing better to the right or the left? What short side are they exploiting? Is he kicking better with his left or his right foot? When they've gone past 10 phases, are they passing inside or are they passing outside? So they will definitely go into the detail and the analysis of the stats that they get back from those games. But I don't think they'll look back at those results and say, we beat them then, so therefore we should win. I think what they'll do is they'll say, we've recently proved that if we're at 100% and they're at 100%, we've beaten them. If they're at 100 and we're at 98, they've beaten us. And if we're at 98 and they're at 100, they've beaten. So that kind of thing. I think they absolutely want to make sure that they go into this game with the best possible chance of putting 80 minutes of quality from every single player, or player plus substitutes that are in their jerseys.
Now going into a final, you try to draw on so many different things to just try and give you that sort of small edge and stuff. And maybe this is just a mental thing. South Africa have never lost a World Cup final. We've never gotten to this stage of a tournament and not gone the full way. How much confidence do you think that gives to the team, knowing that, and almost sort of an expectation that in just general we've never lost World Cup finals, and there's a lot of obviously World Cup winners already in that squad who know what it takes to win a final. That's got to be some sort of boost and a mental thing within that squad.
Yeah, of course it will be. I mean, it's great to have a historic record like that, and it's one that us as former players are very proud of. But all records are out there and achieved in the time, by someone, and they're put down as a marker for other people to aim at. So I believe in records as, I don't say, well, they're all made to be broken, because I think that would be negativist of me. What I'm saying is that I think that they're done because of achievement of people in the past, and that you can use them as a goal to aim at. So these guys, the last time they won, it was done as an achievement because of most of them. So I mean, they certainly would want to repeat that. And that I think they will remember the week in between a scratchy semi-final against Wales and then a very dominant performance in that final against England. And they'll say, okay, what did we tweak? What did we improve on? And what were we able to implement that made us beat the number one side in the world at that stage, in a final where certainly the whole world of rugby watching public had written them off and said, well, England are going to dominate them in the final. And I think they really showed sort of stickability, and they put up a great performance. So they'll want to go back and look at that. They'll say, what did we change and tweak and improve?
Yeah, I mean that idea of having been written off, it's a bit different this time, and for me it's an interesting thing that people have been talking about. Almost that from a psyche perspective, the Boks almost need to learn to embrace the favourites tag of points and embrace the fact that at times they have been the best team in the world and not always necessarily been a side which when play best when they're written off, which is what a lot of fans seem to sort of think. This weekend is a very interesting scenario because 2 months ago, especially maybe even after a Twickenham result, nobody would have said going into a final with the All Blacks and the Springboks that the Springboks might be the ones coming in as slight underdogs because of the semi-finals and sort of the way it's transpired. But I mean, in my perspective, I think we're going in pretty much even. I think that the Boks have had some great results and some disappointing results. Similarly with New Zealand, I don't think there's a lot between the two teams.
Well,
Is that a bit of a different sort of
they've
psyche
both had a
shift?
loss in this tournament. So again, someone
Yeah.
who's lost a pool game is going to win a World Cup. Before the last World Cup, that had never happened. So that's a
Yeah,
new
and
record.
they're both beaten a side that was supposed to be
Well,
one of the favourites in France and Ireland. Were the two
odds on
favourites?
favourites to beat them
You
in
know?
their quarterfinals.
Yeah,
So absolutely, I think
yeah.
they're breaking new ground, and I think they have to embrace that, and they're going to use that as very positive prep for what they're doing going forward.
Right. So the thing that's on everyone's minds at the moment is the Bok team selection. 6-2, 7-1, 5-3. It's been interesting to see how that's kind of evolved over the tournament, and the addition of Andre Pollard has seen us back to revert to a 5-3 to accommodate him. He obviously came off the bench and didn't miss a beat over the weekend. Um, where are you sort of sitting here? Do you think that we might see a 6-2? Do you think that they're going to really want to keep Martin Ebok and Andre Pollard, which Rassi said would basically always mean it's going to be a 5-3? Some people are saying that the 7-1 worked last time. Will we see a 7-1 this time? I mean, do you expect any surprises?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's a great question because the Springbok squad has been built on being able to have two players in every position. And if you think now, like for like, if Damien Delendi broke his leg last week, would we be worried about Andre Esterhuizen? Andre Esterhuizen was man of the match when we beat New Zealand, by 30 odd points at Twickenham. So, if Jesse Kriel was injured, would we be worried about bringing in Lucanio Am or Canon Moody at outside centre? I mean, I think we've got amazing replacements. We are a bit thinner in the hooker area because of that big injury to Malcolm Marx, but I still think that the backup that we've got is outstanding. It is a worry with Bongi and Banambi, and I've been travelling, so I don't know the outcomes, etc. But that'll be a factor. I think we might see one or two little surprises, and they won't be groundbreaking, but they'll be like, that was interesting. Either the surprise would be the team's exactly the same as what started in the semi-final, because that would be a surprise for me
Yeah.
because Pollard came on and was dominant. But maybe that's what they need if the conditions are such that you want a running backline, because that's what we've seen. And I think the most important thing is if we see those surprises, they will have been cooking in Jacques and Rassi's boiling pot for about 5 years. They'll be surprises to us, but they won't be surprises to them or the squad, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing about this coaching staff is that there's nothing ever happens by accident, and you always do feel that whatever they're doing, it has been planned to the last final sort of detail. A word of experience. It's for me that's been a big aspect of this tournament. How so many fans are very quick to write off older players, and they want the youth and the young guys. And there's no doubt that there's certain players who add a lot of energy and the youngster. But we saw Sam Whitelock with that moment against Ireland. We've seen some of the big players really sort of standing up. Your Dion Faris, for example, who's not experienced international, but has played everywhere, been there, done that. Going into a World Cup final, experience is always so key, and just how important is it, and how interesting is it to be seeing older players being able to sort of maybe get away with not being maybe physically what they once were, but mentally, knowing a couple of shortcuts, knowing the game so well that they've been able to adapt and been able to affect the game, sometimes even more so than in sort of the youth because they understand the game so well.
Yeah, I think. Look, I mean, the one thing you've got to remember is that age is just a number. We go, oh, it's really surprising the guy's 37, but that's because we haven't seen 37-year-old rugby players. You know what I mean? I played a lot of rugby with some older guys who always added more value, much more value than youngsters who were still, let's just say, undecided about their path. I played with Uckers at 37. He was the oldest Springbok at that stage. I think 37 in 10 days or something like that. And he was unbelievable in two tests we played away in New Zealand, because he just sat in the pocket, his area of defense, winning his line-out, putting pressure on the opposition, and he was amazing. And I think if if you look at what Deon Foure's done, why would you not bundle 21 years of an international or a professional rugby playing career, okay, into this individual who's now got an incredible chance and ability to perform on the international stage. Like for me, he's had 19 years of disappointments of not making the Springboks, and now he's got his chance. Do you think he's going to be not running at 200%? I think he's much more valuable than a guy who's got lots of talent and is 20 tests deep, and he thinks he just deserves to be there. You know what I mean? Deon Fourie would rather die, and I say that very markedly, than not be seen as giving 100% of his physical ability in a test match. And for me, I get goosebumps even thinking about it like that.
Yeah, I think he's been such a great example, him and for me, like Dwayne and Sam Whitelocks, of just never write a player off. And I remember being in his first press conference when he had just been called up, and I think it was him, and Albert Lowe was asked a question, and the same thing for him, and you're sitting there looking at 17 years between them or whatever it was, and how they were both just so desperate to get onto the field, and that dream never changes, and that hunger, which is so important.
Exactly.
So brilliant, Joe. I think so. Just to come to an end, I think just to finish here, I'd like to put you on the spot a little bit, and do a bit of quick fire predictions. So we've got a couple of questions here. You can justify them to a point, but we'll try and keep this quite short and concise. So I've got five questions here. 4 of them final base, and then the 3rd and 4th place prediction. Okay, so we'll start with the 3rd and 4th. England versus Argentina. Who have you got winning, and why?
I think I've got England winning. They've got a lot to prove that this World Cup. Winning a bronze medal at this World Cup will be great for Steve Borthwick and his team. I think they'll want to go out and prove that teams like Argentina, sure, might have beaten them in the past, but that's not the kind of thing that they want going forward. So I think they've got a lot riding on this game.
All right, cool. And then for the final, a score prediction?
Wow. I think the final is about a 23-18 match.
23-18 match, okay. And then who do you think will score the try? Which player is going to score the first try, if there is a try in the game?
If there is a try in the game, I actually think it'll be someone completely random, like a Frans Malherbe.
I love that, and I'll be very happy for France being able to do that. And then a winning margin, and who have you got? Which side? So who? South Africa, New Zealand, and by how many?
Yeah, so I think South Africa can win this match by 5.
By 5. Okay, I hope so. I do also think it's going to be nice and close. And then the final one, who will be the man of the match come the end of the 80?
Man of the match in the World Cup final, I think the last 4 has been a fly half. So he'll have a number 10 on his back. I'm just not sure who they're going to pick in that position. Maybe it's a number 23.
That's a good point as well. All right, cool. Brilliant. Well, thanks so much for your time, and hope that predictions do come true, and we are celebrating a Springbok victory. Enjoy the game this weekend, and hopefully next time we see each other, we're talking about being record 4th holders, and they can add to the legacy that you contributed.
Yeah, I hope so. It's been a great World Cup to support, so we've enjoyed it very much. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Anyway, guys, we need to. We didn't do the betting segment by our sponsors, Boyles, brought to you by Boyles and myself, which I didn't really want to bring it up actually because after a beautiful 7-week winning run, we've hit 2 losing weeks, unfortunately. But just wanted to bring up some promos that Boyles are running this weekend. So if you guys are interested in making a punt, join BOYLESPORTS. They definitely do have the best rugby markets out there, and then obviously a whole lot of promos that they run. And I do my show on a Friday with Forever Sports as well. and the guys have got on board boosting the bets that I come up with the show. Both of those won last week, so that we had Quinny the cock to score over 95, or strike rate to be over 95%. You get 4 and out, so perfect 200%er. Got the bet in, and we had a nice points treble. But yeah, just put up some promos there if you guys are interested. As you can see, they caught price boost. So what you would normally get at 6, they now offer an 8 for Will Jordan to score 2 tries in the match. Not going to happen. Colby to score a try in the first half was 12, now 13. That's quite good value. But we'll move on to the betting, my punts for the week. As I said, last week's bet was risky. It was a 5-1 at treble. Decided let's just put a unit and a half and go for it. But highest, has been loving my highest score in second halves. But they've come to a crashing grinding halt after a good start. So Arge, New Zealand obviously won, but Saracens lost to Bath, which was surprising. I thought they'll bounce back. And then our game, well, the bet was out, so the bet lost. But this week, I'm going to go back to basics. I've got 2 units for RG's +7 at 1.88. The handicap 7. I think RG's are a good runner to win, so that's my best bet for the weekend. So RG +7. If you want the value, take RG's on the money line. If you want to back them. And I got Stormers -23 against Scarlets on the weekend. Scarlets they got hammered by the Bulls, obviously. The Stormers side are no mugs, as we know. I think 23 points. I think Stormers should be winning this game by 30-40, to be fair. So -20. Stormers only have to win by more than 24 points, basically. So those are the bets for this week. Yeah, let's get back on it. Let's get us back into a winning groove. And if you're following, obviously, good luck.
no pisar el cable, lo único que
Michael, Juli, buenas tardes para los dos. Bueno, Michael, para empezar con vos, primero una corta, si es tu último partido como entrenador de los Pumas, y si es así, ¿cómo lo estás viviendo? Porque también me imagino va a ser muy especial para un montón de jugadores que van a jugar su último partido con la camiseta, o por lo menos su último partido mundiales.
Sí, buenas tardes. Working now, you need me? Thank you. No tengo idea realmente de eso y no lo pienso también. Tenemos con el equipo, entrenadores, jugadores, staff y también con el lugar, tenemos muy buenas relaciones. Hablamos de todos después, solo cosa que es importante este partido. No mucho sentimiento a este momento, hay más foco sobre el partido, cómo podemos terminar esto Copa del Mundo en la mejor manera posible.
Y para este partido, el porqué de los tres cambios, Rubiolo, Cubelli.
Sí, esta razón diferente, pero distinto para cada uno. Por ejemplo, en el caso de la Fuente, está en entrenamiento, en el partido que juega, en top form físicamente, mentalmente también, merita una oportunidad para mí. Es difícil para él, pero no jugar más partidos hasta ahora. Pienso es una oportunidad para él que merita mucho, como todos los jugadores, pero en particular él. Eso pienso en un buen partido para Cubelli, más al lado del rugby está este tipo de juego que pensamos que con las condiciones climáticas y también contra un equipo como Inglaterra, esto es un partido en donde su punto fuerte podemos usar. Por Rubiolo estaba en la semana después del partido de viernes pasado, la Venini sufre un pequeño de cansada, fatiga, mucha fuerza. Pienso una joven como Rubiolo que juega muchos partidos en esto de un jugador que no juega mucho después al fin del año, el año pasado. Está más fresca ahora y pienso que en la partida que estará mucho movimiento de pelota. El Rubiolo es una joven que puede participar en este tipo de partido bien.
Michael, acá, Juli, ¿cómo andás? ¿También? Bueno, Michael, ¿cómo se analiza el partido contra Inglaterra sabiendo que bueno, en el principio del Mundial las cosas no salieron bien? ¿Se analiza igual? ¿Se analiza distinto? Y también, ¿qué balance puedes hacer de este Mundial? Obviamente que queda un partido todavía, pero hasta ahora, hasta este punto, ¿qué balance puedes hacer?
No, analizamos el partido contra Inglaterra en la misma manera. Necesitamos también estar listo que Inglaterra puede jugar en un tipo de rugby mucho más abierto. Tiene esta capacidad. Y cuando miramos el equipo que seleccione con Smith en 15, y también el hooker, Theo Dan, que es un buen jugador con pelota. Necesitamos estar listos en nuestro análisis, no solo por su juego aéreo y juego de pie, pero también la posibilidad que corre mucho en movimiento de pelota a largo, porque está seleccionando un equipo que en este tipo de partido puede jugarlo. Necesitamos estar listos para todos, no solo estar en análisis del último partido, también el análisis que hacemos para el primer partido, usamos también el mix para todos, en estrategia para nosotros, que pensamos para nosotros a este momento en el torneo, el Copa del Mundo, está bueno.
Y Juli, también para vos, ¿cómo lo analizás como forward y también como capitán? Un partido con tanta relevancia, como bien decía el colega, capaz que es el último partido para varios jugadores. ¿Qué significado tiene y también técnicamente a los forward, ¿cómo lo analizás vos como primera línea?
Sí, bueno, buenas tardes. Sí, obviamente para nosotros es el partido más importante del año. Tercer y cuarto puesto, un partido más con esta camiseta y el último, el último partido de este grupo. Después los grupos es casi imposible que se vuelva a repetir un mismo grupo, sobre todo dentro de 4 años otro mundial. Así que sabemos la importancia que tiene y lo estamos tomando como tal. Después en cuanto al partido del pack de forward, sabemos que Inglaterra se enorgullece de ser un pack de buenas formaciones fijas y demás, como nosotros también queremos serlo, así que va a ser una linda batalla ahí enfrente y será imponer nuestra estrategia por sobre la de ellos, y si no nos adaptaremos, tenemos jugadores aptos para hacerlo.
Quería preguntarles a los dos si había algún jugador que había anunciado que iba a ser su último partido.
No entiendo. Si está, ¿no?
He asked if any of the players in the squad said he was going to be his last game.
Oh,
No.
sorry. No. No. È strano che no es que algún jugador dice una cosa all'interno dell'equipo, nada. Están todos seleccionados por su equipo nacional, el 33. Están el mejor 33 a este momento. Pienso que el momento de este tipo de cosas son después que decidamos de cosas así. Pero a este momento está el mejor 33 que representa a la Argentina en un partido muy importante. Por nosotros es solo foco eso. No entra. Realmente el primer día que hablamos de esta cosa es hoy en esta conferencia, porque no pensamos nada de esta situación. Seguramente miramos después cosa pasa.
Una más, Michael. ¿Cuál es la importancia para vos que tendría ganar la medalla de bronce?
Well, es muy importante. Es el mundial. Cuando es muy importante, sí, pero muy linda. Es mejor que muy importante. Muy linda para nosotros, para todo lo que hacemos, muy linda para el país, en el Copa del Mundo, de estar en semifinales, pues en esta situación en donde podemos ganar el bronce. Sí, venimos para terminar el más alto que podemos. Eso también en experiencia para todos que están en el grupo, para ganar una cosa que como dice, linda, pero también para su futuro o para legacy también, para jugadores que son más experimentados, con más experiencia. Entonces, para nosotros, terminar el más alto que podemos, estaba siempre objetivo. O ahora no podemos terminar primero o segundo, el tercero es el mejor, queremos buscarlo.
Pues yo,
Adelante.
Michael, te quería preguntar por el puesto de mediocrown. Independientemente de esta decisión de que Coelho ahora sea el mediocrown en este partido, fue quizá el puesto importante que más variantes tuvo a lo largo de todo el torneo. Y a veces no nos quedó demasiado claro qué pretendías del 9 en cada partido. ¿Podés hacer una ampliación independientemente? Y no hace falta que arriesgue ninguna estrategia para el partido de este viernes. Si podés ampliar un poco el concepto de por qué Coelho para un partido, por qué Bertrand para algún otro, teniendo en claro que, bueno, que Bassan Vélez es el jugador que termina.
Sí, well, en esta situación, para nosotros, sí hablamos de Bassan Vélez en este momento, con su experiencia en 15 y cómo está terminando el partido para nosotros, con su energía, su tipo de juego que es más, tiene un peligro al lado de Rocks, corre también cuando forwards están un pequeño más cansados, è mejor para nosotros y gustamos eso. Per Thomas Kubeli, que está en el líder en este grupo de muchos años, estaba en un periodo de estar listo, tiene lesiones antes que no tiene un ritmo de entrenamiento, ni en ritmo de entrenamiento, ni en ritmo de partidos. So, per el primera 3 o 4 partidos estaba estable. Él juega distinto que Bertrand. Y en cierto momento, cuando pensó que Kubeli está listo, estaba en la selección per el tipo de juego que piensa que para nosotros el mejor en este momento. No, la conexión entre los dos, los tres, pero los dos que hablamos en este caso, Bertrand y Kubeli, con Carreras o Sánchez, está bueno. No es que esta conexión es distinto. Pasa la pelota uno al otro a entrenamiento 1000 veces a semana. Entonces, realmente en tipo estrategia y también en este caso, pienso es mejor para el equipo, para tener esta competencia entre ellos y también estrategia cada uno por cada partido.
Gracias.
Sí, el otro día después del partido preguntamos qué no había funcionado. Ahora habrán hecho un análisis mucho más profundo que media hora después del final del partido. ¿Qué analizaron de los All Blacks y qué modificaron esta semana para estar listos? Pues siempre hablan de que siguen con el mismo libreto, pero ¿hay algo que modificaron? ¿Hay algo que hicieron distinto? ¿O hay algo que pensaron distinto para el viernes?
No distinto, modificación más regular en algún sector de juego. Esta semana queremos estar listos para hacer uno más, si en fase de tackle, uno más en preparación del ataque, si necesitamos 12 o 13 fases. Eso es en este tipo de partidos finales que son muy importantes, que está listo para este nivel más alto, porque en semifinal o en este tipo de partido para el bronce, el nivel de partido es más alto porque cada uno quiere ganar mucho más que normal. Eso es importante, que este ritmo de partido necesitamos continuar porque está en un buen nivel de ritmo y de investimento físico en el partido, y queremos tenerlo por más fases si necesitamos. Pues mejoramiento en formación eficaz también para esta semana.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes, Michael. Una consulta. Siempre se buscó con Nicolás Sánchez, cuando le tocó jugar, una variante, pero siempre los últimos 15 minutos. ¿Nico está solo para 15 minutos o para jugar un segundo tiempo completo?
No puedo, estoy seguro, pero no pienso que 15 minutos cada vez. Seguramente no es un plan que 15 minutos, no. Si necesitamos Nicolás Sánchez después 30 minutos del partido, entra. Pienso que está haciendo el rol que queremos de él muy bueno. Está en un punto fuerte para el equipo que podemos o cambiar o terminar en el partido con él. Veramente estoy muy contento con cómo es, porque no es siempre fácil en esta situación, que necesitamos una persona, un jugador para entrar en la cancha, cambiar o terminar en objetivo, pero la hace muy bueno, listo para él. Estoy seguro que lo hace también esta semana.
Les agradecemos a Michael y a Julián y damos la bienvenida a Jero de la Fuente y Guido Pérez. Muchas
Gracias.
Gracias.
Guido, Jero, bueno, buenas tardes. Arranco con vos, Jero, que te toca estar desde el arranque. en lo que me imagino debe haber sido un mundial raro, ¿no? O que te tuviste que por lo menos adaptar a un rol que nosotros no estábamos tan acostumbrados de verte y vos me imagino de vivirlo, que de no jugar tanto. ¿Cómo fuiste llevando estos días? ¿Cómo llegás a este partido que te toca tener la chance de jugar e ir por el bronce?
Bueno, buenas tardes. Primero muy contento, más que nada por el equipo y después en lo personal por el partido que me toca arrancar jugando. Sí, sin dudas, uno cuando se imagina que va al Mundial piensa jugar los 7 partidos, piensa jugar todo y nada, por estrategias, por momentos, por jugadores de calidad que hay, que estamos compitiendo, en este caso Choco. La verdad que sí, fue difícil, no te voy a mentir, la verdad que sí, fue difícil, me iba todas las noches a dormir pensando en querer jugar, pero eso también me hacía redoblar y querer mejorar y ayudar a Choco a que pueda jugar mejor. Nada, difícil, obviamente, pero muy contento a la vez de que el equipo me haya dado la oportunidad de poder jugar el 7º partido por un 3er y 4º puesto. Nada, creo que todo ese momento de no jugar se va en el momento de que al equipo le va bien, al equipo pasa de fase. Creo que bueno, con los años estando en el equipo, creo que lo mejor es siempre tirar todos para el mismo lado.
Y Guido, vos por tu parte, al revés, que por ahí llegabas con menos minutos desde el partido con España, lo único que hiciste fue acumular, primero saber cómo estás a nivel físico, de cansancio y demás, entendiendo todo el desgaste que tuviste, y si nos podés hacer un análisis del pack que pone Inglaterra, que hace un par de cambios, que movió un poco y por lo menos da la sensación de que va a tratar de jugar algo más.
Sí, ¿me apagué? ¿No se escucha o no?
Sí, se escucha.
Perdón. Buenas tardes antes. No, creo que me lo tomo partido a partido. Lo que decís es verdad, por ahí contento con eso de que, bueno, lo pude dejar atrás, pero la lesión no me había permitido por ahí estar en varios partidos al principio, pero después ya llegado al Mundial tuve la oportunidad de jugar y nada, creo que sí, fue duro, pero a la misma vez ese cansancio es lindo también porque estoy haciendo lo que quiero. Así que a la misma vez eso me da energía y me lleva semana a semana a tratar de dejarlo mejor. Y ponerse la camiseta esta es lo más lindo, así que creo que más allá del cansancio o lo que sea, todos buscamos siempre todas las semanas hacer eso. Así que nada, por ese lado, con un objetivo como tenemos, como es el bronce, creo que el cansancio y demás, con toda la semana ya también pensando en las cargas y demás que se dejaron un poco de lado, nada, todos tienen ganas y el cansancio claramente queda a un costado. Y respondiendo a lo de Inglaterra, creo que Inglaterra, más allá de los cambios que pueda haber en sus jugadores y demás, creo que son muy estructurados y creo que el juego que tratan de plantear siempre es el mismo, se sienten cómodos con eso, son fuertes con eso, así que creo que es muy parecido al primer partido, tanto el uso del pie, las formaciones fijas y demás, que es donde ellos se hacen fuertes y nada, es en donde nosotros vamos a tener que estar más fuertes que ellos para poder redoblarlos.
Buenas, Jero, digo a los dos, por favor. El otro día hablando con Corcho, que él vivió las 3 semifinales, digamos, como jugador 2, y él decía que no es lo mismo el colgarse la medalla o no. Más allá de que, obviamente, llegar a semifinales es, quizá, no sé, obviamente ustedes dijeron que venían a jugar la final, me parece perfecto, pero ya llegar a semifinal es un logro gigante. Ustedes fueron parte del equipo del 2015, que quizá llegaron a semifinal y es eso. ¿Qué logro? Pero me imagino que perder la medalla no es lo mismo. O sea, a partir de ese sentimiento, a partir de lo que ustedes, más allá de la camiseta, que se entiende, la camiseta y lo lógico, pero a partir del sentimiento de, quizás de frustración que hubo, además Sudáfrica jugó un partidazo y lo superó bastante. Digo, hay una cuestión de decir, no es lo mismo, realmente no es lo mismo.
Sin duda no es lo mismo ponerse una medalla que no ponerse una medalla. No es lo mismo volver a tu casa ganando que perdiendo. Si yo le pregunto a cualquiera de acá, cualquiera quiere ponerse una medalla y cada uno puede tener su opinión sobre qué significa ponerse su medalla. Para nosotros es la mejor forma de terminar el Mundial, como bien dijiste, nuestro objetivo era buscar la final, buscar el oro. No se dio, pero seguimos teniendo la oportunidad de ganar una medalla. Pero yo creo, te vuelvo a repetir, en mi opinión, y sé que es la del equipo, haya medalla o no, queremos ganar cada partido. Y la medalla es un incentivo más, es algo más para darle al equipo, para darle a la gente que nos apoya, para darle al país. Enfrentamos a Inglaterra, que es todo un tema con Argentina e Inglaterra, así que creo que eso es también divertido, que es una motivación más. Así que nada, te repito, no es lo mismo ponerse una medalla a que no, y irte ganando el Mundial creo que es lo que queremos.
Sobre todo también del 2015 la experiencia.
Sí, no, bueno, como decía Jero, para reforzar un poco, creo que el primer objetivo de este equipo siempre es jugar y para ganar. Obviamente, más allá de ponerse la camiseta, como decías, ¿no? Que es lindo y todo, nada, jugamos para ganar, si no, no jugaríamos este juego. Creo que cualquier juego que quieras hacer, y más lo competitivo que somos, y en este equipo, es para ganar. Así que por ese lado, nada, a full con todo lo que acaba de decir Jero. Y por otro lado, como decías, la semifinal, por ahí es eso, ¿no? Ir cómo te vas a tu casa. Si te vas a tu casa, bueno, buenísimo, llegamos a semifinales, pero como en el 2015 que nos habíamos ido perdiendo 2 partidos con un gusto amargo, o bueno, está bien, perdimos con los All Blacks, no nos quedamos con la final, que es lo que veníamos a buscar, pero tenemos revancha y vamos a buscarlo de ese lado. Creo que también es un mensaje muy lindo también que nos podemos dejar a nosotros mismos.
Guido, se habló mucho de la relación juventud y experiencia. Va a jugar Pedro Rubiolo y no va a jugar Tommy Lavanini. ¿Cómo te adaptaste con él y cómo están con respecto a la seguridad, con respecto al pack y demás, pero precisamente la segunda línea?
Nada, creo que Pedro lo conocen todos, mismo en la cancha, ya tuvo varios partidos, es un soldado. Y por más que tenga 20 años, creo que lo muestra en cada entrenamiento y en cada partido, no parece, y es un gran jugador. En cuanto a Tommy, creo que desde que le dijeron que no estaba o por ahí no pudo entrenar por esto que le había pasado, estuvo apoyando 100%, y Pedro estuvo cumpliendo el rol a la perfección también en los entrenamientos. Obviamente no se entrenó tanto esta semana tampoco, pero nada, creo que está preparado, y como decís, por ahí por el lado de la experiencia, poder llevarlo, guiarlo, pero aún así sabemos que está listo, si no, no estaría hoy acá, y lo demuestra cada día.
Guido, aprovecho. ¿Cómo les va? Jero, ¿cómo va? Respecto del line de Inglaterra, teniendo en cuenta que mete un par de cambios importantes, y sobre todo alguna ausencia importante, ¿qué esperas de esa lucha allá arriba?
Creo que el pack de Inglaterra va a venir a buscarnos por ahí en nuestro déficit del último partido, que fue el MOL. Creo que en el primer partido no lo utilizaron tanto, pero creo que en este nos van a venir a buscar ahí, es donde también se hacen muy fuertes. Y más allá en las alturas, creo que es un pack que hace muchos movimientos, es un pack efectivo también en cuanto es el juego aéreo. Y nada, creo que nos van a venir a dominar ahí, pero nosotros siempre pensando en nuestra estrategia, tanto en ataque para poder lanzar nuestro juego y lo que queramos hacer, como también en la defensiva para tratar de complicarlo siempre, ¿no? Obviamente siempre va a estar esa pelea en los aires, pero hay que tener cuidado también este fin de semana, porque creo que nos van a venir también a buscar mucho más abajo en el mall también.
¿Una pregunta más? Yo sí creo.
Jero, para vos que sos camada 91, y es justo una generación que va a quedar medio en el medio en cuanto a aspirar al próximo Mundial, seguramente todos quieran seguir jugando en los Pumas el año que viene, los años entrantes, pero por ahí para pensar hasta el Australia 2027 queda lejos. ¿Hablaron algo especial en el grupo? ¿Lo viven de una manera particular, sabiendo que por ahí para muchos de los que están acá es la última semana en mundiales con los Pumas, con todo lo que eso representa?
Si te digo que no me crees.
No, así que contame.
Sí. La verdad que sí, lo pensé 1000 veces. Mismo lo pensé en 2019, digo, 2023 es muy lejos, puede pasar un montón de cosas. Lo mismo lo pensé en este mundial, pero a su vez también hay jugadores mayores que yo que están compitiendo acá, están en un nivel extraordinario, y eso de algún modo me hace pensar en seguir en seguir con esas ganas de representar a Argentina, de pelear por la camiseta de Argentina, que la realidad es el sueño que tuve toda la vida y es el por qué estoy acá. No te podría decir si voy a llegar al próximo mundial o no, pero estoy seguro que hasta que no me digan andate a tu casa no me voy a ir, me parece. Nada, yo creo que mientras me sienta bien y esté en buenas condiciones y aporte, obviamente, mi idea es seguir. No tengo idea cómo se hace para retirarse de los Pumas, es muy difícil, así que nada, creo que pensar en jugar y representar a Argentina es lo mejor que le pasa a los jugadores o a mí, a lo de mi experiencia, así que nada, creo que es una nafta importante y ojalá que dure mucho más.
Jero, Guido, buenas tardes. Para Jero, primero, me acuerdo que antes del Mundial le preguntaba a Michael respecto a la consistencia de los Pumas, de la necesidad por ahí de lograr mantener un rendimiento y sobre todo en resultados. ¿Qué balance pueden hacer de lo que fue este Mundial, teniendo en cuenta que arrancaron perdiendo, en el último partido también perdieron, pero había en el medio un progreso? ¿O qué pensás que se tiene que dar este viernes para que el equipo haya sido consistente durante el Mundial?
Mirá, yo creo que es el equipo de los Pumas, como bien dijiste, arrancó perdiendo, pero poquito a poquito empezamos a jugar mejor, poquito a poquito empezamos a estar más sueltos en el juego. Hay muchos jugadores que debutaron en mundiales, hay muchos jugadores jóvenes jugando bien los Pumas, pero la determinación que tiene el equipo en cada entrenamiento y día a día hace que hoy estemos jugando un tercer y cuarto puesto. En base a resultados, siempre eso depende de cómo lo lleves a la cancha, lo que hagas en la cancha, y obviamente enfrente tenés un adversario que también busca lo mismo. Podés jugar un excelente partido y perder, y sin embargo el objetivo que era ganar no se cumplió, entonces es muy finito, creo que buscarle esa vuelta. Lo más importante es, hoy creo que lo más importante es ganar, no importa cómo juguemos, creo que lo más importante es ganar porque en el Mundial es lo más importante. Te hace colgar una medalla en este caso, así que más allá de nuestro rendimiento, más allá de cómo hayamos arrancado, creo que son 80 minutos que hay que jugarlos bien concentrados y con mucha determinación.
Y Guido, en el partido de la otra semifinal entre Inglaterra y Sudáfrica, por ahí en la previa se hablaba como que Sudáfrica era el claro candidato, sin embargo Inglaterra estuvo un partido hasta el último minuto. ¿Qué vieron de Inglaterra respecto del rival que ustedes enfrentaron en la primera vuelta y qué cosas crees que pueden llegar a cambiar?
La verdad es que no creo que haya cambiado mucho. Como decía antes, creo que es un equipo estructurado y saben a lo que juegan. Y claramente a Sudáfrica por gran parte del partido pudieron llevar a cabo su juego y los dominaron en ese sentido. Así que creo que, como decía antes, por eso mismo, más allá de los cambios de los jugadores y demás, creo que van a tratar de plantear el mismo juego para este partido, y es en donde ellos son fuertes, así que creo que va más allá de todo.
Bueno, gracias a todos por haber venido y nos encontramos mañana en el Captain Run. Pasamos por el grupo los horarios. Gracias.
Gracias.
James, do you want to kick things off?
Steve, hi. How did you approach this week and the team selection? For some, it's often talked about as a week too far, but what are the driving motivations?
It's very simple. Driving motivation is we want to win on Friday night against a very good Argentina side. I think this squad has built and progressed through the tournament. We want to continue that progression.
And you've made quite a few changes. What's your thinking?
Yeah, I think there's return to fitness for Marcus Smith, unavailable last week. I think looking at all the players after this will be our second 6-day turnaround in a row, had some pretty intense games, so I think there's been a need to make some alterations to ensure we have the energy intensity we require against the strong opposition we're going to face.
Regardless of whether you win or lose this game, do you still consider it to be a successful World Cup campaign?
I think I'll review the World Cup campaign as a whole post this weekend. Right now, I want to make sure that we get the performance and the result we want on Friday night.
It could be the end of an era for some of the players. Is that a driving motivation for the guys this week as well, to go out on a high?
I think all the players want to produce the top quality performance every time they go on the pitch in an England shirt. It's quite right to say that there's a couple of players that not going to be with the England team going forward. They've already come out publicly and said that. And I think that clearly we want to make sure that this is our last game as a team for a period. I want to make sure that it is a performance that is fitting of what we think we've started to build and progress over these last few weeks.
Have any other players come to you and said this will be my last game for England, or my last week with England?
No.
Can I just get a word on Ben Youngs and his contribution through the years, 13 years, 120 odd caps? You obviously a man you know very well.
Yeah, Ben has been a tremendous player for English rugby for such a long time. Our record cap holder, test appearances, a player who has seen a lot, been 4 World Cups, and I think has played an important role certainly within this squad. This World Cup on helping, particularly Alex Mitchell, helping the team progress through this tournament. So I think a guy who's a brilliant player and a fantastic team man.
And how is Tom Curry coping with all the noise that's going on around him?
Yeah. From my point of view, Tom Curry has been, his preparation this week, he's been the ultimate professional. He always is, every single day, every single week. That's my view on Tom.
Yeah, I can come in on that as well. Just from personally, as Steve's already said, he's been first class like he always is this week. But what isn't understandable is the amount of abuse he's got. The effect that has not just on him as well is the bit that I and we I really don't understand. And I know it seems to be going more and more like this, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
Steve? I think we're going to be real clear. This is not. It's right you to ask about Tom. This is not a Tom Curry incident. Somebody has said something in a game that he has reported, and he's getting on with preparing. Now, this is a World Rugby and SA Rugby matter to be dealing with, not an England Rugby, not a Tom Curry matter. This is SA Rugby, a World Rugby matter now.
Would it help you if World Rugby owned this and were a bit more transparent?
You understand? We've said we want to say on the matter. This is there to deal with. We've got a game Friday night which we're looking forward to, and Tom Curry's looking forward to, and every one of the England squad, players, management, we're all looking forward to.
Finally then, just Owen, your motivations for this game, as I mentioned, the end of the road for a few players, is that something you've discussed this week?
Well, we've got plenty of motivation. Everywhere you look, it seems like we have. So, as Steve has said, we're looking forward to this game, and it should be a good one. We want to make sure we do the England fans proud again, hopefully. So yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Hi guys. Just on the Tom Curry abuse side of things, Owen, you said obviously you don't understand why it comes to that. I completely understand where you're coming from. Can you just talk a bit more about the effect that does have on coaches and players? I suppose the way social media is, it's sort of almost impossible to ignore. It gets raised, doesn't it? But it's also something that no one should have to deal with for obvious reasons.
Yeah, well, we've kind of just said our bit there, and there's not really too much to say other than you're dealing with people, you're dealing with human beings, and just because you're saying stuff on your phone or behind a computer screen doesn't make it acceptable. And yeah, I think as I said just before, that it seems to be going more and more like this way, and I don't think it's acceptable.
And Steve, you said he's ultimate professional, the strength of his character to continue to be that when there is this going on, which is obviously outside of your camp, but it is there, isn't it? That probably just underlines again why he's such a important figure and player in your squad.
Yeah, certainly, and all I can do is echo Owen's words. The captain of the England rugby team has just put it, I think, really, really well.
Can I ask about Courtney Laws? Obviously, he said to us after the semi-final that he will retire from Test rugby after the World Cup, and can you just explain his impact on this group and his impact on English rugby across the course of his long career?
I think this week, as we've debriefed last weekend's game, and we're using clips of Courtney, of things done so well, things exactly what he wanted to do. Courtney, the way he moves, the way he runs, the way he hunts for every loose ball, he chases down attackers, pulls them back in when he seems like he has no right to do it, but Courtney manages to do it somehow. And that hunger and fight that he has within him, the pride to help his team is what I saw years ago when he first joined the England team a long time ago, and I've seen it right till to last weekend's game. He's been tremendous and continues to be tremendous in the way he helping the team this week.
And can I ask, Ben was talking yesterday about the responsibility on players who will take it forward to almost set the tone for a new era on Friday, as well as obviously clearly going out to win this match. How important is that there's a dual opportunity there, isn't there? Because obviously a lot of you guys will continue, and there's a lot to think about. Obviously, it's not immediately the ambition, is it? But there's a lot to come moving on.
Yeah, I think that responsibility that you're talking about, there's always there. Every single time you play for England, and I've always remembered it as being that, and I think it always will be. So yeah, it's another opportunity. It's another opportunity to represent England, which I think the boys have done brilliantly over the past however many weeks now, and yeah, it's a great chance to do it again.
I mean, you said you're not short on motivation this week. I'm just interested in how you've managed to turn the pain of last weekend into something that will drive you. You're used to having to lose games, but it so clearly affected so many players so deeply, just visibly on the field, in tears and that kind of thing. What have you said? How, as a squad, have you managed to convert that into fuel?
Well, first of all, the programme's been managed in a way that's appropriate for this game, for players to be able to recover and be in the best shape they can be by the end of the weekend. And then secondly, it's about you're dealing with individuals, you're dealing with people, and we were just talking about it before. Actually, it's now when it's come towards the end of the week and you start getting together, and you're out there on the training field and you're in the team room. You start getting that bit of energy. You start looking forward to what's coming up. You start talking about looking forward to Friday night, and I've certainly felt that as the week's gone on, and hopefully that now builds into a lot of excitement come Friday.
Steve, obviously you're not going to plan for a third-minute sending off, but how different a game do you think this will be from the first game, and how much do you think Argentina will develop through the tournament?
Yeah, well, I think you see a change in both teams. I think both teams have developed over a number of weeks, a number of games. Argentina in particular, you've seen they've developed this long kicking game that they've really used to great effect, particularly in their quarter-final, where kicked the ball almost from one end of the field to the other to then force the opposition into errors in their part of the field. So you've got to combat that. I think that then they've then developed some phase attack game within what they're doing that was a little bit different to what they did last time we played against them. And so I think with that, as ever, both teams will spend more time and play more games together. So I think it's a different contest to the one that was played in Game 1 of the World Cup.
All right. Just going back to the online abuse, it seems to be just part of everyday life now, particularly in professional sport, that anything happens, there's this pile online. You've been subjected to as well. Is there any answer to this? Is there anything that players can do? Is there anything? Would there be thoughts of turning away from social media and not engaging with the public in future if it continues? Have you had a chance to think about that?
That's I don't think something for us to come up with. I think there'd be people who know what to do about it more than there would be me. Be able to advise us on that. And again, everybody's different. It doesn't make me look fondly on it. Look fondly on engaging with people outside of the people that are close to you. It doesn't make me look fondly on doing that, no.
I guess a little bit of a follow-up to that, Stephen, in terms of how Tom is this week, and I guess the easy option might have been not to pick him, or he would have asked to stand down, give him the spotlight. And I know this is not an England rugby thing, but was that ever a consideration? And I suppose secondly, how is he coping with it? And is he getting has he had to get extra support maybe from yourself or someone who's been through this sort of experience?
So if I deal with the first part, the question about the performance side, and perhaps you want to pick up how other aspects of it. I chatted to Tom early in the week, and it was very much around how he's physically, because the way Tom plays, and we all see it, he has more involvements than any other player on the pitch. And their physical powerful involvements. And I think everybody saw he came off that pitch when I took him off on Saturday night, and he was caught and blooded, and it's exactly the way Tom Curry plays. So I chatted to him and about how he was physically and energy levels. It's another 6-day turnaround, and he looked straight at me and point blank said, "I am desperate to play on Friday night. This is a guy who wants to play." And I said, there's no doubt in my mind. This guy wants to be out there on Friday night, and the way he's prepared himself through the week has been incredible, superb, and not special. That's Tom Curry. He is the way he does it every single week. So I couldn't be more proud of him from that side.
Yeah, similar from a personal point of view is one of the most honest, most hard-working blokes that I've ever played with, and in terms of what you said about getting support, I guess I hope he knows that everybody close to him supports him and backs him all the way, and I'm sure he does. I'm sure the people that are close to him, I hope they know that he's being supported really well as well.
And I guess, is there, I don't know if there's any danger that this affects the performance or the mental approach of the side. Is there an extra motivation for, I don't know, if it has any impact at all about how the team is mentally going into the game?
I think I'd reinforce Owen's words. This team's got lots of motivation, and so from all internally, the motivation, and I'll say Owen said we want to make sure we do the fans proud again this weekend. I think the way this team has gone about, the way it thinks in high pressure moments, I think we've seen evidence of development of that through this tournament. You've seen the team being in some tough spots, and you mentioned the early red card, I think was mentioned. We've seen the team down on the scoreboard, team and finding a way back. We've seen have been in the lead and then that lead get clawed back, and the team has responded in a real calm, clinical manner. So I think from the way the team thinks, I think we've seen a lot of development there.
Just finally from me, in terms of how getting over the pain of the defeat last weekend and maybe looking forward now to the Six Nations isn't going to be far away. Like, where have you got to emotionally with? Can you wait? Can you not wait for January, or is this the next stage, or is this about finishing this journey?
I think as the same as, and you might want to give your thoughts. I was the same as a player when you had a defeat, especially one the nature of Saturday night is. If you could run back out there and play straight away, that's what I'd do. And the same as a coach, I want to be in the next game. And I talked about why I made some of the changes around the 2 6-day turnarounds. We'd rather be in the game on Saturday night, not Friday night, but we're in Friday night, so we're straight into that contest. I'm excited about the development this team has made. I'm excited about the way the team has dealt with some tough situations. Really proud of the growth that the players have made as a group, and I can't wait for Friday night. And then post Friday, I'll then have a proper debrief of everything and make sure there's a proper plan for the next period.
Hi Owen. Sorry to be asking another question about Tom, but it is pretty evident how strongly you feel about this yourself. Is it fair to say there is a strong view throughout the squad on this? That is there just a lot of unhappiness amongst the whole group about how this all is playing out at the moment?
No, look, I mean, I understand why there's all these questions about this at the moment, and we wanted, I guess, people to know our support of Tom, but it's not something that we've been talking about constantly. As Steve's talked about with Tom himself, he wants to get involved in this contest on Friday. It's his 50th cap. It's something that it's an unbelievably proud week for him, and it's going to be the same for a couple of others as well. Obviously Ben's last game as well. So we want to make sure that this week is about doing them proud. This week, as we said, we want to play. We want to represent the shirt properly. We want to make sure we make the fans proud again, hopefully. And as I said, we've got motivation all over, and that's the sort of stuff we've been looking forward to.
And can I just ask, when you talk about support from yourself or widely amongst the squad, what does support look like? Is it more conversations or anything in particular, or is it actually going the other way and trying to create a sense of normality despite noise going on?
There's always a sense of normality within a rugby team. If they bring you back down to earth if there's not pretty quickly normally. So there's always that here, and I'm sure he's around a lot of his mates, and as I said, people do that in their own different ways. People support in different ways also, but I hope I hope the people around him and he knows that this team backs him all the way.
Steve, rugby's been criticised for quite a few years for not being exciting, for being boring. This tournament we've seen some absolutely spectacular games, one of which your team took part in on the weekend. Are you detached enough to work out whether the game has become a little bit freer and people have had more options with the ball in hand and in attack during the tournament?
Yeah, so clearly you're right. My focus is upon the team, but I love rugby, and I want this to be this World Cup to be an incredible spectacle of rugby, to celebrate our great sport. Now, I think there's been some really encouraging developments within the game, and one I pay particular attention to is the gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 and how that's closed, and how many of the games you've talked about are actually involving Tier 2 teams. And we experienced it ourselves in our game against Fiji in particular, and you'd also talk about our game against Samoa. Those guys are have got world-class players in their team, and we've had very tight, enthralling encounters. I think the supporters have said to me, and neutrals have said to me. From a coach's point of view, it was a bit too close for comfort. I also enjoyed watching a lot of the other games, the way Portugal have come and played. I think you see a tournament that's been a bit different to previous World Cups, and I think Friday night's going to be an interesting game, as is Saturday night.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Activa el micrófono para responder ese está ahí.
Pedro, Facu, Andrés, buenos días. Bueno, Andrés, mi pregunta es para vos. Le hice una pregunta similar a Michael ayer. ¿Se analiza distinto al primer partido con Inglaterra, al debut del Mundial, a este de tercer y cuarto puesto, precisamente en los forwards?
No, yo creo que confirmó el partido último con Sudáfrica, que el foco o el análisis es el mismo, ¿sí? Inglaterra hizo un partido en las formaciones fijas muy bueno a Sudáfrica, hasta los 60 minutos, donde le cuesta el partido en la formación fija, que es el scrum, pero sabemos que van a venir a hacer un gran foco. Nosotros personalmente nos dejamos una buena imagen en ese sector contra Nueva Zelanda, sobre todo el primer tiempo, donde nos costó muy caro, y es ahí donde nosotros queremos mejorar esa imagen.
Hablando de la clave o del focus que se va a hacer en el partido, ¿dónde crees que va a estar justamente, vale la redundancia, la clave del partido, hablando de forwards y estructuras fijas?
Sí, yo creo que ellos en el primer partido habíamos analizado que, por ejemplo, en un line sobre dos hacían mall, y que le daban mucha importancia a sacar rédito y sacar penales para poder jugar territorialmente con esos penales a favor. Yo creo que en ese aspecto estuvimos presentes en el primer partido, fue mismo en el scrum y en las formaciones fijas. Yo creo que fue un buen partido, pero bueno, no alcanzó, y yo creo que el partido va a ser muy similar a lo que fue el primero. Lo comprobamos con el partido con Sudáfrica, cómo jugaron ellos, y el objetivo nuestro es jugar a nuestro juego, imponer nuestro juego y no caer en el juego de ellos.
Facu, yendo a lo mismo también al sistema de forwards, te tocó reemplazar a Pablo ya en una etapa de definición. ¿Cómo estás en lo personal, obviamente sin haber estado presente en el Mundial 2019? Esta etapa ya la viviste también en 2015. ¿Cómo estás en lo personal y cómo te estás sintiendo en el juego también?
Bueno, la verdad que sí, me tocó estar ahora en esta etapa. Si bien le puede haber tocado a cualquiera, porque creo que todos los que estamos en el grupo de 33 está apto para ocupar ese puesto y para el equipo. Después sí estuve en 2015 y me acuerdo bien ese último partido, creo que no le dimos la importancia que tiene. Si bien era la segunda vez que Argentina llegaba a semifinales y jugar por el tercer puesto también, no le dimos esa importancia, y creo que hoy en día, ya con otra cabeza, con entrenadores que nos empujan a ir por eso, dejando de lado lo que pasó en semifinales, vamos a ir por este partido.
Y el rival, digo, Inglaterra, se habla mucho de la tercera línea que propuso para el partido contra el Pumas, hablando de Tom Curry, Underhill y demás. ¿Cómo lo pudiste ver vos y si sentís que se puede imponer el seleccionado argentino?
Sí, ellos la verdad que tienen un esquema de juego muy claro, después con sus terceras líneas son bastante fuertes también y buscan todo el tiempo traer esas pelotas. Nosotros, enfocarnos en nosotros, creo que tenemos, olvidando el primer partido, creo yo que no mostramos nada de lo que queríamos hacer. Hoy en día, ya tomando esa confianza, podemos ir a buscar ese partido.
Pedro, y pasando con vos también en la lesión de Tommy Lavanini, que no va a poder estar presente, estuviste ausente en los últimos partidos y ahora te toca entrar. También cómo estás en lo personal y cómo te sentís con esta decisión obviamente del cuerpo técnico.
Aclaro que no está lesionado Lavanini, es un tema de cansancio muscular.
Bueno.
Nada, la verdad que bueno, estoy muy contento por la oportunidad que me dieron. Nada, la verdad que confían en mí, así que estoy muy contento por eso y bueno, con muchas ganas de aprovecharlo.
Y estando con Guido, un jugador experimentado que conoce la posición, eso también le da el extra, ¿no? de este partido.
No, sí, la verdad que sí, que Guido es un gran jugador, una gran persona y bueno, creo que tenerlo al lado me va a ayudar para llevar el partido de lo mejor posible.
Y después con el tema, ¿no? del rival, como recién le preguntaba a Facu también, ¿qué se siente también saber que el equipo es Inglaterra y vos al ser el más joven del plantel, por ahí llama un poco la atención, ¿no? en el sistema de forwards? Por ahí el rival, ¿cómo lo tomás y cómo tomás el partido en sí con todo el contexto que se está viviendo?
Nada, creo que tenemos una revancha de lo que fue el primer partido. Nada, creo que también no es lo mismo terminar tercero que cuarto, así que creo que es una linda oportunidad que podemos tomar y nada, meterle muchas ganas, mucha energía y cerrar el Mundial de la mejor manera.
Después del partido frente a Nueva Zelanda parecíais muy decepcionados. ¿Cómo habéis cambiado de mentalidad esta semana? ¿Cómo habéis pasado a otra cosa? ¿Os podéis contar si era cosa de diálogos, si era en las mentes? ¿Cómo habéis evocado todo eso? El que quiera.
Sí, la verdad que, bueno, como decía hace ratito, a varios del grupo nos tocó estar en 2015. Es un partido que hoy en día lo tomamos que es muy importante. Si bien tratamos de cambiar esa mentalidad está bien, ya no podemos ser ni campeones del mundo ni segundos. Nos queremos subir al podio y traer esa medalla por el tercer puesto.
Tranquilo.
Sí. ¿Podrás explicar bien cuando hablaste que en el 2015 no lo habían tomado como ahora? Se me borró justo todo lo que
Sí,
dije, pero
ok.
¿cuál es la diferencia más grande? ¿Y por qué no lo tomaron
Para mí,
como lo que
sí,
en el 2015?
sí, bueno, lo explico mejor. Para mí la diferencia con el 2015 fue que en el 2015 era como una segunda vez que se llegaba a esas instancias. Y después de haber perdido esa semifinal contra Australia, cuando habíamos hecho un muy buen partido, nos golpeamos bastante de la cabeza y mentalmente. El equipo no estaba muy bien para afrontar ese último partido. Y creo que hoy en día, ya con un equipo nuevo y con varios jugadores más experimentados y que hemos pasado por esas circunstancias, hoy en día creo que el equipo está preparado para pelear este último partido. Físicamente y mentalmente creo que estamos a la altura.
¿Y en qué se nota eso? O sea, porque
Sí, en el cambio.
El golpe de Nueva Zelanda fue más fuerte que el de Australia.
Sí, como partido, como números sí, pero creo que después analizando un partido hay cosas que el equipo todavía se siente bien y como te digo, lo que se ve más es en lo físico y mental de este equipo.
Andrés, con respecto a un balance del torneo en general, ¿no? Desde el primer partido con Inglaterra hasta todo el proceso de fase de grupos y fase de definición, Y como parte del cuerpo técnico, ¿qué análisis podés hacer y si crees que el juego fue evolucionando o directamente no salió lo planeado?
No, yo creo que el balance es positivo. Por ahí me gustaría hacer este análisis por ahí más detallado después de este último partido con Inglaterra, que ahí va a ser el momento de analizar bien cómo fue el camino y cómo fuimos abordando cada partido y cada instancia. Pero yo lo había repetido en alguna otra conferencia, jugar los 7 partidos del Mundial era el objetivo y hoy lo estamos haciendo. Y como decía Facu, no es por un segundo puesto o un primer puesto, pero sigue siendo una instancia definitoria donde para nosotros es muy importante. Y en relación a cómo fue evolucionando el partido, claramente ese primer partido con Inglaterra no era lo que esperábamos. Caímos un poco en la trampa de su juego, de mirar cómo jugaban ellos y donde no pudimos encontrar soluciones. La misma trampa que casi cae Sudáfrica, no es para compararlos de equipo porque Sudáfrica no tiene el mismo forma de juego o el mismo sistema de juego que podemos llegar a plasmar nosotros. No me comparo ni para bien ni para mal, no digo que uno esté bien o uno está mal. Sí digo que el partido de Inglaterra el sábado pasado, o sea, casi se lo termina llevando y jugando exactamente igual cuando jugó el primer partido contra nosotros. Así que yo creo que lo positivo es que fuimos mejorando partido a partido, por eso hoy estamos en esta instancia y yo creo que el análisis por ahí más detallado hay que hacerlo una vez terminado el Mundial.
Respecto al Scrum, con respecto al Scrum de Inglaterra, el partido se termina definiendo ahí el sábado pasado. Que vieron, habían tenido un buen Scrum ustedes contra Inglaterra, si mal no me acuerdo, creo que habían sacado todas las pelotas. ¿Cuántos Scrums hay por partido? Ya me perdí. Pero, sí. ¿Y qué tan influyente es? O sea, termina siendo influyente obviamente en la semifinal en contra de Inglaterra, pero en un partido como el del viernes, ¿cuánto influye y cómo están ustedes en ese sentido?
Sí, el promedio son 10-12 Scrum por partido, lo que es el Mundial, puede haber alguna excepción. Efectivamente, el primer partido yo creo que lo habíamos encarado bien en ese sector, donde sabíamos lo que iban a hacer y cómo iban a ir a buscar rédito. Lo repetía recién, Inglaterra los primeros 60 minutos hace un excelente partido, excelente. Yo creo que son los últimos Scrum donde está en dificultad y termina con ese Scrum polémico, dándole el penal para ganar el partido.
Soy polémico porque ¿para vos no fue?
Sí, para mí sí, claramente está la rodilla en el piso y yo creo que hubo un gran debate y claramente el penal está del número 1 de Inglaterra donde pone la rodilla en el piso, donde es penal y está bien sancionado. Yo creo que ahí se solucionaba si se arbitraba rápidamente en el momento ese, pero yo creo que la sanción es correcta. Y después el Scrum de los Pumas, claramente vimos que hoy no somos los 2 mejores Scrum del mundo, por lo que fue el partido contra Nueva Zelanda, donde mostraron claramente que son superiores. Pero bueno, tenemos una revancha para ver si podemos hacer un buen partido y queremos hacer un buen partido contra Inglaterra. Y que esa formación, como es el Scrum, como es el juego de forward, pueda ponernos en condiciones para tener un final donde si hacemos lo que queremos hacer y cómo lo queremos hacer, que el resultado venga.
Habéis hablado de los ingleses tramposos, cómo hacer para poner vuestro juego en marcha y no hacer como los otros equipos, porque parecen casi invencibles cuando están como frente a África del Sur, así, y que están planeando todo, ¿cómo hacer?
Sí, no sé si tramposo, nosotros nos concentramos en lo que nosotros podemos hacer, pero sabemos que es un equipo que analiza muchísimo el rival, que conoce exactamente cómo jugamos, qué queremos hacer, conoce exactamente los jugadores y nada, va a ser una batalla para ver quién impone su juego y cómo lo impone. Y claramente nos podemos adaptar a lo que vaya sucediendo en el partido, puede ir cambiando los escenarios y es parte del rugby y yo creo que el equipo está preparado para adaptarse también. Pero sí, tenemos un rival realmente que lo hemos analizado mucho, con mucho tiempo, por ese primer partido del Mundial. Y ahora tenemos la suerte de tener una revancha de ese partido que tan feas sensaciones nos dejó.
Andrés, una pregunta que es medio fuera de contexto, pero en el contexto. Está lloviendo en París hace más de una semana y está anunciado lluvia para el partido. ¿Esto dificulta el plan de juego? Y también para los jugadores y cómo lo viven y cómo lo sienten también.
No, para nada. Son una condición climática que la tenemos en cuenta, que lo preparamos. Ya nos tocaron jugar varios partidos en esta situación así, con lluvia en estas condiciones y no creo que nos afecte a nosotros lo que queremos hacer. Tenemos un plan por si no está la condición climática y otro por si puede llover o no. O sea que no es una excusa o algo que podamos poner arriba de la mesa.
Con respecto a jugar a las 9 de la noche, ¿no? Hoy son las 8:45. ¿Cómo se preparan los jugadores? ¿Cómo hacen para que no se les haga de chicle el día?
Sí.
Vos jugás bastante acá en Francia.
Sí.
Eso
estaba por decir.
Sí, ¿cómo es una jornada? Te levantás a la...
Sí.
No sé.
No, la mañana, sí, la verdad que jugar a las 9 se hace un poco largo. Más cuando estás concentrado en algún hotel o ahora que nos toca, a mí que me toca estar con los Pumas, es más difícil. Nada, empieza el día con una mañana libre, después con un almuerzo, una activación por la siesta y después nada, te empiezas a meter de a poco y ya vas juntando energía. Por ahí al principio al principio del día apenas te levantás no quemar mucha energía pensando en el partido que ya va a ser, sino que empezar a meterse un poquito. Así es como lo digo yo.
Y una cosa es vos que tenés
Sí.
una carrera encima o que estás arrancando, ¿es ser totalmente distinto o no?
Sí. No, parecido. Yo trato de arrancar el día muy tranquilo. Aprovecho a dormir bien. Después a dormir también una siesta, porque el día es muy largo. Y bueno, después creo que acercándose a las horas del partido, de partir para el estadio, creo que me voy metiendo en el partido y absorbiendo toda la energía que puedo y llegar lo mejor posible.
Gracias a todos por haber venido.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start this eve of match briefing conference for England ahead of their bronze final against Argentina tomorrow at Stade de France. We are joined on the top table on the far right by Sam Underhill, head coach Steve Borthwick, and Maro Itoje. We'll go straight to the first question, please.
Hi everyone, thanks for your time. Steve, obviously we've seen the RFU statement today about the Tom Curry situation. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty comprehensive statement, and I think there's a little that you can add to it. I think what we can do is the RFU's expressed great disappointment at World Rugby's decision. What I do is that disappointment is shared by Tom, his teammates, the management team, everybody associated with this team shares that bitter disappointment at World Rugby's decision.
Is one of the difficult situations that for all parties there isn't a sort of resolution one way or another, and it's kind of, it almost potentially leaves a cloud over both players, which I'm sure nobody wants.
Oh, let's be clear, Tom Curry's done nothing wrong. Let's be clear on that. So we've got a victim of a situation who's not been able to have his voice heard. That, by World Rugby's decision, they've denied the opportunity for the victim of the situation, Tom Curry, to have his voice heard. That's where the disappointment really comes.
And I know you said yesterday that he's absolutely fine in himself and obviously, you know, completely professional and preparing as per usual. Is that still the case, or do you have to sort of get around him even tighter than yesterday because of this now?
Well, I'm sure the men either side of me will be able to talk about him more, but I sense that firstly I'll say Tom has been incredible all week, as he always is. He's an incredible professional and a real hard, tough rugby player. But I think everyone needs support sometimes, and I think the players have certainly ensured, the whole management ensured Tom has been getting plenty of support through this situation.
Hi Steve, I know you'll have lots of motivations for this game, but there's
what's Tom's been through this week, does that add anything to that, to trying to do it for him?
We got lots of motivation. The players have got tons of motivation. Playing for England in a game, competing for the third place at the World Cup, and there's tons of motivation. The situation, and let's be clear here, I know people keep talking about the situation regarding Tom. Tom Curry has done nothing wrong. Somebody said something to Tom Curry, Tom's reported it, then there's been a situation that the World Rugby made a decision not to allow the opportunity for the victim's voice to be heard. That's where the disappointment comes from. Now, Tom's been brilliant. We're, in terms of this week, focusing on the game that we've got to play tomorrow night that we're looking forward to. And the players have been fantastic in ensuring that Tom gets all the support he needs.
And can I just ask about the training state? You had 5 players leading the team out who may or may not be playing for England again, assuming that wasn't a coincidence, and maybe just a couple quick words on that departing quintet.
To be brutally honest, I didn't see it, and I certainly nothing organised. Maro?
Well, I think it was just I don't know if all of them may or may not play. That's for them to decide, and the big man to my right. However, they are senior members of the squad. They've had a great career in playing for England, representing the jersey, and I think they just had I guess seniority rules on their entrance to the stadium.
Mary, you did a bit of a number on Argentina in the group stage. What do you think their motivation for tomorrow night will be?
Well, again, we're competing for third place at this World Cup, so there are loads. There's loads to be motivated about. I guess from their point of view, we beat them earlier. They'll probably want to turn that around. But it's going to be a great contest. It's two top teams going at it, 2 good teams, 2 high quality teams, 2 teams coming off the back of a loss, wanting to get it right.
And Sam, how does it feel to be back on the World Cup stage?
Yeah, be almost normal with the lads that are here. Obviously spent a fair bit of time with them in the build-up. Delighted to be a part of it. It's always an honour to be a part of the group, even more so to be playing. So yeah, for me personally, a massive honour, and very grateful to be here.
And Steve, are there any details on Kevin Sinfield's future? There's been a suggestion that he might stand down off the World Cup.
I think I've been in this job 9-10 months, and one thing I've learned very quickly is it's impossible and unwise to comment upon every rumour and piece of speculation that's thrown out. So I'm making no comment on any of that.
Hi Steve, Will here. Just back on the situation we've had this whole week, is there any process by which you can take this further or make more representations of World Rugby, or, I don't know, appeal the decision at all?
From our point of view, we'll leave that. The RFU's come pretty categorical with their statement today. As far as we're concerned, we've got a game tomorrow night, and we're getting on with that. Now, I think everything we've done, everything Tom's done, has been done in the right way. I think in World Rugby's come to this decision, which is incredibly disappointing.
Do you worry that because it's been left so unsatisfactorily for all parties, that it will now overshadow future games between England and South Africa?
I don't think so in that regard, but I think what is important to say right now, and I say so in my role here, is that discrimination has got no part in what we do, no part whatsoever. The RFU statement makes that clear. We stand by that as well.
Can I ask you, Sam and Maro, I won't ask you about the situation itself, but just how you supported Tom in a tricky week, Maro, first?
Well, first I'll say I think Tom's been tremendous. He's been incredibly courageous to do what he's done, and the manner he's done it, as Steve said, in the right way, through proper channels, conducting himself in a manner that he should be proud of, and his family, and definitely as teammates, we're proud of him, of what he's done, because to do that isn't easy. to make a statement like that isn't easy. To call out stuff like that isn't easy. And as he's seen this week, when you do something courageous like that, you put yourself out there. And he's been absolutely fantastic in that regard. And in terms of how we've tried to support him, just to be there for him, just to try and be there for him in any way he needs. If he needs to talk about anything, we're always there for him. But he's a strong man. He has a strong personality, strong will, and he's been, as I said, he's been great throughout the week.
Has it been troubling for you to see the abuse he's got when he's just raised something that he thought he heard on the field, and it's him who's getting quite a lot of the heat on social media and other places?
Tom is the innocent party in this respect. He's as Steve said, he's done nothing wrong. He's the victim of the situation. So for him to have this abuse is it's disgraceful.
On a slightly lighter note as well, like his players, it's his 50th cap this week. He's an incredible example of a professional player and a test player. So for us as players, we're not going to let that overshadow a massive occasion for him, his family, and for us.
Hi, Steve. Can I ask about George Martin? It looks like he's got some kind of brace on his knee. Is that an ongoing concern? Is that just precautionary?
Yeah, so he tweaked his knee in the game last weekend. Had investigations this week. You'll see a specialist back in England at the start of next week. We don't anticipate it being a major long-term problem, but make sure it's handled right. Obviously made him unavailable for selection this weekend, but don't anticipate it being a long-term injury.
And Benno was talking in the week about this potentially being an occasion for new leaders to step up and set the direction that England can go in over the next 4 years potentially. Do you see that as a real opportunity for maybe some of the younger guys in the squad to really step up and lead the way?
I see a couple of things. One, that I think there's a great opportunity tomorrow night to play another finals game at the World Cup. No, it's not the final we want. It's not the game on Saturday we wanted to be in. I think that's another incredible experience for this team. And the second thing I'll say is I think there's enormous growth in this squad. I've said all along that I think there's been a great blend of experience and young, exciting talent coming through. And I think there is enormous growth. Last weekend, I talked about the age profiles of all the 4 semi-finalists and where England were. I think we were 2 years younger on average than the South African team. And so I think with that, all those things in mind, I think there is enormous potential for growth.
Hello, Steve. A question about Harry Arundel. For you, is he only a winger or a versatile player, and in which area can he improve?
No, I think he can play across the back three. I think, as you've seen, we've got some pretty good fullbacks in this squad. So certainly the opportunities where I've used him has been on the wing, but he's also trained at fullback with us. So having that versatility is really important. I think what I see with him is he's always the last off the training field. He's the one who's still on the training field after the goal kickers, after Owen and George and Marcus have finished. Henry's out there working exceptionally hard on his skill development. So again, following from the previous question, so about the potential for growth in this squad and development of this squad, I think Henry's a very, very exciting player for tomorrow night and the future of English rugby.
Question for Mary, please. In the bit we were allowed to see of training, there were a lot of huddles going on. Can you give us a flavour of what was said, and was that sort of celebrating the players moving on, or was it something different?
No, it wasn't. It was mainly about our game plan, in terms of just again getting clarity about how we want to play in specific areas of the field.
A question for Sam and Maro, just on Courtney. Can you sum up how difficult the transition is, maybe particularly for Maro first, it is to go from second row to reinvent yourself as a blindside flanker, and how much you think he's sort of improved in that role?
No, I think Courtney's been fantastic. I think he's one of those players who's evolved over time and has found a way to get better. He's played across different eras. He played with the man to my right back in the early 2000s, and he's still playing today. So he's the way he's evolved his game is amazing. And he's a great man. He's a great man, great person. The boys have loved being around him. He's set a good example with his dedication on the field, and for all of the squad, he's gonna be missed.
Yeah, I think Mara said it all there. It's hard to think of someone that's as good as many things as he is. He's obviously an incredible line-up forward, incredible in defence. He's a good ball carrier. His work rate's phenomenal. He's a great example of a world-class back row. I can't think of anyone better I've played with. So yeah, he'll be sorely missed. But a great bloke to be around. Yeah.
Any further questions?
Sam, just for your situation, I know obviously you've been fully fit for a while now, but you did have obviously injuries before that. How big an opportunity is this for you to, in a similar way to Ben talking about setting a tone for what's to come? I mean, the opportunity in itself for this match to state your case for, one, to hopefully win this match and go home with a medal, but two, state your case for the new cycle. It's a big opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, I think one of the things I've learned is you can't think too far ahead. In rugby, normally the next game's the best one to focus on. So yeah, for me, I'll be trying to make everyone proud of the weekend and put a performance in that I'm proud of. And yeah, normally your goals are pretty aligned with playing well. So yeah, it's an easy sort of motivation. As to whether anything comes of it, that's out of my hands. But yeah, I've got a lot of motivation for the weekend for sure.
And Steve, just on Henry, like you say, great to see that he's so dedicated. But clearly, at sort of points early in the tournament, people were wondering, why he wasn't playing more. But you were very clear about what you wanted from your wingers in the very specific game plan. Are those the sorts of areas that he will and you will be looking to sort of round out in his game in the years ahead? And because obviously we know everything about his sort of explosive talents, don't we? But are those the bits that someone like Johnny May, was clear about building block by block over the course of his obviously very impressive career?
Yeah, and I think as players gain more experience, each one of those things informs the guys of what they need to do, having seen situations before. They're never exactly the same, but there are always some similarities there, and you can draw from that experience. I think that the other players, you mentioned Johnny May. Johnny May's kind of taken Henry under his wing a little bit as well through this summer and trying to impart all of his knowledge and share that with Henry. And Henry, to his immense credit, has a great thirst for knowledge. So I'm looking forward to seeing Henry go tomorrow night.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is the end of this press conference.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's preview. Argentina versus England, the bronze medal match. A match that a lot of fans are, and I think players and just general people are asking to actually cut out the World Cup, because I think a lot of players don't want to play it. Not sure how many fans want to see it, but at the same time, you know, it does provide an opportunity, I suppose, you know, for example, for outgoing players to play a final game, although I don't think anybody really wants to retire in a third and fourth playoff game. So it's an interesting one with regards to the concept. And immediately I would love to know what you guys think. You know, should we keep this match? Should we bin this match? What do you guys think? Where are you at with this match? You know, do you think it adds value to the tournament, or do you think it's one of those things that they shouldn't, you know, after the disappointment of a semi-final, to expect a team to be able to get themselves up and play a third and fourth playoff is an unfair expectation. Regardless of that, we will have a match tonight. Argentina, I think, are treating it with quite a lot of respect. I think they would love to get a third place medal and you know, take something home a bit with them. So yeah, I suppose it's interesting how different teams, I think, would approach this game. You know, I think a Springbok side would be very unhappy to be in a game like this. You know, I think a Fiji, for example, if they gotten through, would love to play in a game like this. So maybe I suppose it's also, you know, different teams will approach it differently. But yeah, we'll go to the two teams and let us know who you think is going to win. I'd love to see Argentina come away with a victory. I really would. So yeah, before we look at the two teams, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We'll start with the home side, inverted commas, which is Argentina. And I think this team probably shows you how seriously they are taking it. Minimal changes from Michael Cheika, pretty much going full strength. And it's going to be a sending off for a couple of players, the likes of Nicolas Sanchez and Augustin Creevy, some amazing players who have been great servants to the Argentinian side, who will be bringing a close to their Argentinian career tonight. So in the front row, it's unchanged in Thomas Gajo, Julian Montoya, Francisco Gomez Cordela in that front row. Then Guido Petit, Pedro Rubiolo on the in the second row, and an unchanged loose trio of Jean-Martin Gonzalez, Marcus Kremer, and Facundo Aizo, I thought came in and was pretty impressive last weekend. There's no doubt that they missed Pablo Matera, but I don't think it would have made that much of a difference. So just the one change to the pack in Pedro Rubiolo getting an opportunity in that second row. In terms of the back line, just the two changes, Thomas Kobeli and Geronimo de la Fuente coming in. So Kobeli will partner Santiago Carreras. I was really hoping to see a Nicolas Sanchez start. I think he's been absolutely sublime coming off the bench. The entire tournament, would love to see what he could do with a starting berth, but they are sticking with Santiago Carreras. Your two wings are Matteo Carreras and Emiliano Buffelli. In the centre, Geronimo de la Fuente will partner Lucio Cinti, and then John Cruz Malia continues at fullback as per usual. Off the bench, it is Augustin Creevy, Joel Slavi, Eduardo Bello in the front row, then Matias Alemano, Rodrigo Bruni, Lautaro Bazenveles, Nicolas Sanchez, and Matthias Moroni. It is an unchanged bench from last weekend. In terms of England, they have made 8 changes to their side, so lots of different faces. In the front row, we will see Theo Dan actually play for the first time in about a month. You know, the last 3 games, he was left on the bench for 80 minutes. So, I mean, he will have a big point to prove, I think, you know, to show that he was more than capable of coming in and affecting games. You know, Jamie George is a fantastic player and has had a great tournament, but you do have to feel for Theo Dan, who's just not been back to be able to do anything, really. Which is why he left to the bench, really. So Ellis Gaines, Theo Dan, Will Stewart comes into the starting lineup as well, so it's actually a brand new front row. Ellis Gaines came off the bench last week against the Box. Mario Toja has Ollie Chesham company in the second row. He comes in for George Barden, who I thought actually had a great game. And it's a new look, loose trio. Tom Curry will play despite a very strange week for him, a horrible week for him, really. Lots of social media abuse, which is not fair. And we've spoken about the fact that, you know, regardless of what you think about the accusations, about what he heard, you know, the abuse he's received in social media cannot be justified. Yeah, he's partnered with Sam Underhill, who will make his first game of the tournament, and Ben Earl, who's been absolutely brilliant for England. Ben Youngs comes in his final England game. The most capped player of all time for England will bow out tonight. He will partner Owen Farrell in that halfback pairing. Halfback pairings you've seen a lot, and these two have shared a field for many an occasion. The two wings, Henry and Randall, comes into the side. Freddie Stewart shifts from fullback into wing. Interesting if we might not see this sort of combination next year. Marcus Smith at fullback, and the centre of the Manu Tuolagi and Joe Marchand do continue. Off the bench, it is Jamie George, Bevan Rodd, and Dan Cole. Dave Rubens comes in. Lewis Laidlaw gets an opportunity, and then Danny Kerr, George Ford, and Ollie Lawrence, as is last week. It's a rotated English side, still a decent English side. I personally think that Argentina have got more to win out of this game. I think that they are looking at this game with their view to try and win it. I think they're prioritising this game a lot more than England are. And I think that I'd really like to see them go and get the job done. Let me know what your score predictions are, as well as who you'd like to see the win down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Apologies for a few seconds there because things were just decided to freeze for a little bit, but we are live and it is third and fourth playoff time. It is the bronze medal match between Argentina and England, and it's an interesting game, isn't it? It's an interesting vibe, and there's a lot to play for, and yet not a lot to play for at the same time, and that's why it's such an interesting clash, because we're talking about a game where maybe neither side really don't want to be there. England definitely don't want to be there. And for that reason, I potentially think that Argentina could actually find themselves in contention to win tonight. So I'm very excited about this game in terms of seeing Argentina pitch up and be the Argentina we know could be. You know, I've been very disappointed throughout the tournament at Argentina because I think that they should have done it a lot better. And I think they could have done a lot better. And I'm disappointed the fact that they didn't make the All Blacks work hard to be in the final, that they didn't make themselves contenders to be world champions, because they could have been. Not in the sense of a dominating the entire tournament, you know, type thing. I don't think they were ever going to be in that sort of bracket in the same as the top four, but they had the right sort of draw, and they've had results in the past, beating South Africa, you know, and beating New Zealand, Christchurch, for example. They've beaten the big teams. This World Cup, they haven't pitched up, though. If you're going to be brutally honest, they haven't pitched up. And what I now want to see from them is to see them pitch up for just one final game. You know, just to go and beat England, get yourself a third place, and tell people, remind people maybe that you know, you are one of the best teams in the world. And that whilst maybe you didn't have the best tournament, for example, that you still are worthy of being taken seriously. I think that's the main thing, is, you know, to take them seriously and to prove how, you know, you are still worthy of you know, being talked about as a tier 1 nation, for example. I think some teams, for example, were so appalling that their tier 1 nation status, for example, is a little bit under review. You think of like an Australia, for example, a group stage exit. Argentina were not that team. They are playing against England, who they did lose to in this tournament so far. So I think a point to prove is probably fair to say. And I think in terms of how seriously they're taking this game, I think that the team that they have named probably shows you exactly how seriously they are taking this game, because they have named basically a full-string side. Michael Cheika has resisted the temptation to just give away World Cup games. He said, no, I want to go with a full-string side. I want to make this competitive as possible and go out and win third place. I think for them, it's very important to win third place. So let me not just tell you about the fact he's gone full-string. Let me show you the team. So in case you missed it, not too many changes for Michael Cheika. This is the side that will take on England in the next half an hour. Really, kickoff is in about 25 minutes. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And yeah, this is the Argentina side that has been named by Michael Cheika for their final outing. Right, so a very strong Argentinian side. As I said, not too many changes being made by Michael Cheika. I would have really liked to have seen Nicolas Sanchez start. I can understand going pretty much full strength and backing the players who've gotten you this far and, trying to go out and get a third place medal. I do think it means a lot more for Argentina tonight than it does for England, which is why I reckon I'm going to back Argentina to get the job done. But I would have liked to have seen a couple of changes. I would have liked to have seen a couple of players who, for me, have put their hand up during the tournament that haven't necessarily been rewarded. And I think that, for example, Nicolas Sanchez fits that bill. I think he's a player who's been really good this tournament. He's always impressed me when he's come on. He put in a man of the match performance against Wales. Came on, changed the game, really. A couple of good kicks, a couple of the one got the try scoring, the match winning try, for example. He's had some really good moments, and I think that they've just, for me, looked better with Nicolas Sanchez on the field. So, yeah, in many ways, I'm a little bit disappointed with Michael Cheika because I think that he could have been a bit braver with the selection. I think there are a couple of players out here who deserve to start. England have gone the opposite. They've given players a chance. We've got players who are playing their first game of the World Cup. We've got players who've been on the bench in the likes of a Theo Dan, who hasn't been given a chance. Has basically been written off the last few games. He's been given a chance. So England have gone with a very different approach to this game. And not to say they're taking it lightly, but not taking in the same sort of breath I think Argentina have named the side they believe will win this match. I think England have rotated and they've said, right, well, you guys didn't get a chance. You guys played throughout the tournament, but you didn't really get a chance. Therefore, you kind of deserve an opportunity to go and play this game. So I wouldn't say there's a right or a wrong way of doing it. I do think that for the biggest thing for me is the fact that there are fans in the stadium. So it needs to provide a bit of a spectacle. It does need to be a good game at the end of the day, and I think we are going to see quite a few supporters. I don't know if it'll be a sellout crowd, but I think it'll be a decent amount of support. The game, by the way, will start off in about 29 minutes, so we've still got a bit of time to talk a little bit about it. So in that sort of breath, I'd like you to smash like on the video. I'd like you to keep subscribing to the channel. We are seeing some subscribers growing. We are trying to get up to that 60,000 subscriber mark, which is sitting at about just under 1,800 subscribers away. So if you are new to the channel, make sure you do subscribe and come and join the Forever Sports community. Be very, very cool to have you and as part of an ever-growing community, really, which is starting to get bigger and bigger. And just so grateful for all the support we've had over the World Cup, for example, and over the last few years to get us to this point. It's going to be very cool to see how we do tomorrow, for example. Big game, final. Our coverage starts 7 a.m., which is going to be very exciting. And we've got 3 live shows during the day. We've got the watch-along, got the review. We've got so much content which is going to come up tomorrow that I'm very keen to see the kind of numbers we do. Ideally, we are hoping to try and do the biggest ever rugby watch-along. Ever, by the way. That's not for our channel. Although generally when we do our biggest watch-along, it generally is the biggest watch-along ever for rugby because we tend to do the biggest watch-along, which is very cool. But only thanks to you people. So let's talk a little bit about the England side. A couple of new faces. Sam Underhill getting his first game of the tournament, for example. Will Stewart coming in the front row. Theo Dan getting an opportunity. Ollie Chesterman to the starting lineup. Ben Youngs will play his final game for England tonight. The most capped English player of all time. Will bring a close to his career. And what a player he's been. Fantastic. Then the likes of Henry and Rundle getting an opportunity. Marcus Smith is back off the bench. Bevan Rodd, David Ribbons. Yeah, so he is giving a lot of opportunities out there. Argentina have gone with a very different approach. I don't know if there's a right or a wrong answer to it. A certain amount of some players who haven't played might be hungry to get going. Argentina are backing the quality they believe, so they're backing their top players to say, well, this is our best team. If we're going to get our best performance, we need to rely on our best team. So, it's 2 very different approaches. Which one will work? Well, we'll find out, won't we, in about 17 minutes' time. But before then, let's have a look at the England side and see exactly what who Steve Borthwick has decided to call up, who he's left on the bench, and who will be finishing their England career tonight in the likes of a Ben Youngs, for example, probably a Dan Cole, for example, a couple of players who will likely not play beyond this tournament. So very much an emotional occasion for them tonight. Similarly for Argentina, the likes of Nicolas Sanchez, Augustin Creevy, who I'm pretty sure will be walking away from the game after this match, or at least from an international perspective. But let's have a look at the England side, shall we? Right, so there we go. That is the England side. It's an interesting England side because there are a lot of changes, obviously, but at the same time, still keeping quite a lot of combinations the same. You know, I think that, you know, the centre combination, for example, staying the same. Not too many changes to that loose church. For example, Courtney Lawes dropping out, Sam Carey taking over the 6, Sam Mandel coming in. So there have been changes. Yeah, I mean, there's 8 changes. So let's not pretend that there weren't a lot of changes. There have been a lot of changes. But definitely not sort of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. They still are plenty of good players. So, for example, backing, you know, Owen Farrell in 10, for example, which I suppose will be his final World Cup game. So I wonder how much that is coming to the fore. The fact that, you know, he's 32 years old. Maybe could make the next World Cup. You never know. But probably not. You know, whether they're looking to try and get him his final game, I don't know. You know, I think it's an interesting concept, isn't it? The idea of do you honor players in a game like this? No Courtney Lawes, for example, so we see him play for the final time, which is sad because I am a massive Courtney Lawes fan. I think he's absolutely terrific. So to think of the fact that he's not going to play anymore, it's sad. It really is, you know. And I was really hoping to see him this weekend, to have seen that sort of send that he deserved, because he's a top player. And it's the end of the era for a lot of players, you know. And yeah, but let's go to some of the comments. And earlier, Simon saying, I need Argentina to win. I really can't stand Owen Farrell and Mario Toja. Happy. Philip Tupou says, go England, go. Mr. Fubal says, come on England, good luck to New Zealand. And Heinz says, Paul should say, who do you want to win? No doubt that will trend, go Argentina. Well, we said who will win, and England is currently win that. I personally am supporting Argentina. Renier saying that he wants England to lose. Raymond saying, let's see how much Owen Pottinger swears at Argentina players tonight. Well, we'll have to wait and see. He's a very diverse character, isn't he, Owen Farrell? You know, some people absolutely love him, some people absolutely hate him. I think he's a fantastic player. I think for as much as you might not like what he does on the field, for much as you not want to agree with what he does on the field, I think he's a phenomenal player. One of the best to wear an England shirt. And I think he probably gets far too much bad press, for example. And yeah, I think he's sometimes treated a little bit harshly. And I think maybe, you know, a lot of it is, I think that I listened to the SuperSport build-up, and I thought Tabani Bobo was pretty on point there, where he said he's a competitor. You know, he's such a, he will not lose, and he will do anything he can to try and win. And sometimes that translates with maybe talking to the referee in the wrong way or talking to players in the wrong way, which is why he gets a lot of negativity and about him. But I think you listen to what his teammates say about him. You listen to what his coaches say about him, for example, and everybody loves him. Everybody talks about how phenomenal of a player he is, how phenomenal of a leader he is. So I always think it's a bit harsh to basically just write him off when the right people are saying the right things about him, if you know what that, if you know what I mean. So yeah, he's an interesting character though, and it's always interesting to see how those sort of characters are perceived by different people, and whether they like it, whether they don't like it. So yeah, we're gonna go through the Argentina once again because some people have joined a bit late. And stuff like that. So we'll go through that very shortly to see what Michael Cheika has done and what he's decided to do with his team. But I think, before we do that, I thought it'd be very interesting. A lot of people talking about the whole Tom Curry incident, for example, and, what it's gone through. And a lot of South Africans are not backing him at all, really. And whether that's justified, I don't know. Whether the hate he's had has been justified, definitely not. And I think we need to be very honest with some of the things that have been said. And I think we need to acknowledge that, certain parts were very much dealt with in the wrong way. And if you don't want to listen to me, listen to Sia Khaleesi, who apparently reached out to Tom Curry ahead of this weekend and sort of showed him the support. So it was an interesting sort of moment when they was asked about what he thought. And this is what Sia Khaleesi had to say. Apparently he has reached out to Tom Curry and spoke to him. And I think the main sort of theme is just that we need to try and stamp out the online abuse that is happening to so many players. And it's not limited to just England, for example. It's not limited to just South Africa. But in general, we need to find a way of making sure this sort of online abuse does come to an end. And this is what Sia Khaleesi had to say on the matter.
His family being subjected to online abuse. I just wonder what you make of that, how that makes you feel.
Yeah, it's definitely, especially for me, if it's a player, if it's a coach, if it's a referee, I obviously don't support that, and I obviously feel for him. And I have spoken to him. I've spoken to him. I sent him a message as soon as I saw that's going on. because it's somebody that I respect, that I've played with against for quite a while. And I've been through it too. I've been through it too. When we can take it as players, when it comes to us directly, it's fine. But when it comes to your family, it's totally different. And that's exactly what he said to me. That it's really hard when the family's involved. So yeah, it's the one part of the game that we really don't enjoy. You know, we don't mind being criticized about how we play on the field and everything like that. You know, but when it comes personal, and you know, we've experienced it too. Kobo's his family experienced it. They got death threats, you know. So we've been there, and as a rugby family, as much as we compete, we definitely do support each other when things like this. Like it doesn't matter whether you're opposition or not. So I feel for him and I feel for his family, and I hope, you know, obviously it stops, and I hope he was able to prepare as much as he could for the game that he's playing tomorrow. So yeah, I've let him know that we are supporting him and that we're thinking of him.
Jack? I can't say anything better. I fully agree with you.
Right, so the good big news is that the teams are currently walking out, and Tom Curry has just taken to the park at just 25 years old, making his 50th appearance. He made his debut as an 18-year-old 7 years ago in 2017 against Argentina, ironically, actually, or 6 years ago. And he's now making his 50th appearance. He's played 3 games for British and Irish Lions as well, and yeah, he played in some of the British Irish Lions, for example. So he's a great player and a very accomplished player already at this stage. I wouldn't say he's South Africa's favourite player, especially after this week. But yeah, what I would say is that the abuse and the way people treated him this past week is absolutely disgusting. We need to, regardless of how you feel about him, we need to take a stand and make sure that kind of thing doesn't become the norm in the global game. So the two teams are out. Argentina are playing in their gorgeous away kit, which I'm very psyched about because it's just so cool to look at. I'd love to have gotten it. Yeah, so we have the anthems on the way. We will kick off in about 5 minutes time, so you've got plenty of time to vote in the poll and to keep subscribing to the channel as we try and build to 60,000 subscribers. So if you haven't already, please do subscribe to the channel as well. And yeah, well, it's I want to know what you guys think in terms of score predictions, where you're at, who you're supporting, for example. Are you all supporting Argentina? That's just me supporting Argentina, or is it everybody supporting Argentina? How are we thinking? What are we thinking? How are we feeling about tomorrow, for example? Are we feeling confident? Are we feeling nervous? What do we think is going to transpire tomorrow in that World Cup final? It's such an important game. Well, just such a big game, you know, really. The old foe in the All Blacks, you know, the two most successful teams of all time in the World Cup, going head to head for the opportunity to become the first team ever to win, you know, 4 World Cups. So that record's on the line tomorrow. And as New Zealand 6 so basically you win tomorrow, you got bragging rights for 8 years, because it'll take 8 years for any team to catch up with or overtake you. You know, so if for example the Box win tomorrow, they go to 4. If New Zealand win in 2027, they tie us with 4, and they'll have to go to 2031 to be able to overtake us. So you do get bragging rights, I suppose, for 8 years if you do win the game tomorrow. So a lot out there to play for. Not just obviously the World Cup, but the records, the legacy that you do leave behind. So we kind of got the Argentina national anthem coming on. Interesting to see Michael Cheika singing it. I'm always interested when you see foreign coaches singing the national anthem. That's an interesting thing. I'm not sure I would sing the national anthem, for example, if I was coaching a foreign side. You know, you kind of sing your anthem, don't you? You know, and yeah, it's an interesting sort of content. Augustin Creevy is busy belting out his anthem, his last game in an Argentina jersey. What a play he's been. Has Augustin Creevy. Right, so the Austrian anthem is out the way, which means we will have the England national anthem, and then we will have kickoff. And I just want a good game. I just want a good game at the end of the day. You know, it's the third and fourth player. It's the bronze medal, you know, so it's not the game it's not the big exciting one. And but it doesn't mean it's not. I mean, in terms of the big game with regards to like on for the World Cup. But it doesn't mean it doesn't have to be exciting. It doesn't mean it has to be significant. As I said, so many players who are finishing their careers: Nicolas Sanchez, Augustin Creevy, Ben Youngs, You know, so many players who will be playing their last game for their nation, which is a special occasion. So for some of these guys, it's the last time they will ever sing the national anthem for their national side. And that's an emotional and a pretty important thing. Tomorrow, for example, we are saying goodbye to Dwayne Vermeulen. We're saying goodbye to Aaron Smith, to Sam Whitelock, to Brody Retallick. You know, it could be other players. You know, Trevor Nikani could be finishing tomorrow for the Box. You know, maybe a Franco Moster could be laying up his boots. We don't know that for sure, but there is that that potential. So yeah, the anthems are underway. Well, finished, and we will have kickoff very, very shortly. It looks like England will be playing right to left. I don't know if they'll be receiving kickoff or if they'll be kicking off themselves. We wait and see. But it looks pretty good, by the way. No rain, which is what's forecast for the Bok game. So hopefully this is. I would like to see a dry game tomorrow. You know, as much as the Box, I think, have gone 7-1 for the conditions to a certain amount, a certain degree rather. I do think that we can play the same in dry conditions, and I think dry conditions will lend itself to a better game tomorrow. So I'm hoping that will be the case, but it doesn't look very likely. The forecast and stuff is all showing very, very miserable weather. Right, so I'll also ask you to vote in the poll, and let me know who you think is going to win. Right, I'm going to open it here, because it is very, very warm. Oh, what a sound. Very warm down here in South Africa. I've been sweating all afternoon. We've had a few beers. Right, England will kick off. Owen Farrell with ball in hand. They'll be playing right to left. The bronze medal. For some people, a bit of a dead rubber game. A game that's not of high importance. Try and tell the players that right now. Right now, they're out there. They're on the field. And both teams just want to win. The only thing will finish worse than finishing fourth. I mean, third in the finish in the tournament right now for them is finishing fourth. And Nick Berry, the referee, in charge of the medal tomorrow. We will see Wayne Barnes. And... you know, a bit of a big game for both these referees, particularly for Wayne Barnes. We do have kickoff, by the way. They're going on the right-hand side, and it's an early win for England as Joe Marshall managed to get in front and thrust the ball back, but it does come off an Argentinian player back towards the Argentina side, and it goes back towards... That's a horrible kick. That's gone on the right-hand side and sort of squished off towards Marcus Smith. Marcus Smith, a bit of space there. He puts it high in the air. He's put it pretty long, though, so this could be potentially marked. Will be marked. Yeah, pretty poor kick in the end there, and Santiago Carrera is happy to mark that and just calm things down after a bit of a messy start. Not the best kick received there from Argentina. Got that a little bit wrong and almost ended up back on the England side. Deep restart there coming, and it goes into the hands of Owen Farrell. Owen Farrell hits it forward there. Also, Michael Cheika's final game of his tenure, I believe. Owen Farrell, this is high in the air for Marcus Smith to chase. Marcus Smith chasing hard. Carrera takes it well, gets it away from Marcus Smith, but has brought down. And Tom Curry is around there to try and make himself a nuisance. So carry there from Thomas Gauger, a good tackle behind the defensive line. Pick up and go though. I think it's Kabeli actually who's been caught in the ball here. And Tom Curry winning a penalty. Not convinced he let that go, to be perfectly honest. But penalty for England, early penalty but not releasing. So Tom Curry, who's got his nose all bandaged up after last weekend, as well as his signature head tape. And I'm going to take the points here, England. Right, and how are we feeling? How are we feeling, people? Cheers, by the way, for the weekend. It's nice and cold, that's the main thing. It's been so hot this week. It's been absolutely killer. But a cold beer is exactly what I need in my life. All right, Owen Farrell with his first shot at goal in the 3rd minute. Yeah, he kicked pretty flawlessly in the last couple of games. Brilliant goal kicker, one of the best. Second highest point scorer in international rugby history. Looking to add an extra 3 to that tally. Yeah. And no issue whatsoever. Easy as you like from Owen Farrell. And after 3 minutes, England have a 3-point lead. Not the start the last year would have liked. And need to just sort of tighten up a little bit sketchy, a little bit scrappy. But Santiago Carreras with ball in hand. Go down the right-hand side to Argentina. Deep restart. Ben Youngs gets it away to Ben Earl. Ben Earl wants to go on a bit of a run. He's been full of running the entire tournament. Now Ben Youngs flings it out. Big carry there from Theo Dan. The young hooker who's not had any game time in the last few weeks. Literally, he's been left on the bench 3 games in a row. So he can't be feeling too chuffed about life. So an opportunity for him to try and prove that he should have been brought on. Maybe he should have been introduced and backed. And lifts high in the air is Ben Youngs. Underneath it is John Cruz Malia. Good tackle from him. Sam Underhill making the tackle. Ball is available there for Kabeli. Good inside ball there, but the ball's gone loose and forward from Argentina. So that's another early mistake from the Los Pumas. Bakunda Aizo is just maybe a little bit over eager. That was a great pass inside from him to one of the changes actually for Argentina. Number 5, Pedro Rubiolo. As Steve Borthwick watches on, Richard Wigglesworth is barking into his radio. Right, so first scrum of the day in the 5th minute. Ben Youngs the ball in hand. On the halfway line, on the left-hand side, just inside the Argentina half, but literally just within like a meter or two. Interesting scrum here. See the first set piece. Pretty good hit there from England. Ball comes straight out the back there to Ben Youngs. Not a great pass towards Owen Farrell. Under a little bit of pressure. Takes a few steps and then finds a bit of space on that right-hand side. And it's almost turned Jean Cruz Malia, who's not got a great angle to work with. And he finds clearance about 10 meters outside the 22. It's a great kick by Owen Farrell, though, for turning the Argentinian fullback. And then a great kick chase as well, putting him under pressures. And not the best clearance means that England will have a attacking line just outside the 22. There, Dan goes to the back. It's a good take, though. For Ollie Chesney's back to the side. Montolog is first carry. Ben Youngs fires it out towards Ben Earl. Julian Montoya over that ball there. Ball available for Youngs. Goes to Farrell. Farrell tries to grab her through. Jean Cruz Malia needs to try and find a decent kick. Once again, not his best clear. It's very, very good dictation here from Lauren Farrell. Just kicking in behind, forcing that rush kick. Big collision there from Mario Lagi and Geronimo Fuente and Marcus Kramer absorbing that contact and driving him back. Marcus Kramer has been absolutely brilliant in the last couple of games. Thought he was tremendous last weekend. All right, there, Dan was good first line. Let's see what he can do the second. Goes to Tom Curry in the front of the line out. Backwards once is the call from Nick Berry. Theo Dan controlling things at the back. Ben Youngs coming to fetch that ball. Ball's available for a thing, but Tom Curry goes himself. In fact, Theo Dan goes himself. Ben Youngs goes to Ben Earl. Ben Earl back on the angle towards the rack there. Julian Montoya trying to get his hands over that. Big tackle coming on Will Stewart. Great hit on Will Stewart. Lost a bit of momentum there. They go to Theo Dan once again. Theo Dan almost through. Ben Youngs to Farrell. Farrell to Smith. Straight to Ben Earl. Ben Earl! Wow, jeepers me. That's a great line being run by Ben Earl. What a try that is from him. It's a great angle being run there. Marcus Smith just with the deftest sort of touches to getting Bill Earl, who's just right on the angle. And poor defense, it must be said from Argentina, but a great line being run. And England have started like a house on fire here. They've got their first try, as well as a penalty, and 8 points within 8 minutes. There's a huge hit here on Will Stewart. Once again, Marcus Kramer involved. And then they went down the blind side. Deft touches and a great angle being run there. Completely isolated. I think it's Facundo Aiza. You just can't do anything about it. Now John Martin Gonzalez, who's trying to backtrack. Buffeli gets there far too late, and Bernal takes him over the line to his try. He's been fantastic all tournament, hasn't Bernal? He's just been, yeah, probably one of England's best players, if not the best player. So Aaron Farrell have another opportunity with to add some points to his personal tally. 34 meters apparently on the angle. Yeah, and no issues whatsoever. So after 10-0 within 10 minutes from not the start the Argentina would have liked, Michael Cheika, I think, will be sitting in his coaching box absolutely fuming at how poorly his side has started. It's a great angle being run by Beno, but just a complete mismatch, really. That's his first test try. Who would have thought? Right, good retake there for Mario Toje. Going a little bit shorter this time. At towards 22 to Argentina. Pretty good already. Moya from England has a gap towards the 10-meter line. Beno wants to try and use it. He's looking for that ball. Goes to the boot, does Beno. Owen Farrell, as well as Henry Randall chasing it. Very good take, though, from Maliana Bafeli. Available there for Kabeli. Slow ball, though, for the scrum off. Fires it all the way back to Carreras. Back in the pocket, Carreras. So dinks it over the top. Ben Youngs, as returns the favour. Straight down the throat of Carreras. Who chips it off towards Mark Smith, who pops inside for Owen Farrell. Owen Farrell reckons he speeds it into space. And the charge down, so it is onside. And Macho Carreras all of a sudden on a bit of pressure. Yes, outside the 22. Then he get the ball out there. There's Kabeli. He does. He pops it up. Solid carry there coming from Rubiolo. Now out on the left-hand side. A bit of space there as Lucio Cinti. It almost looks like a high tackle. Macho Carreras coming and looking for a bit of work there. Kuda East has a huge tackle on him from Ellis Genge and Will Stewart. Running into the two props there. Goes back to Carreras in the pocket. Carreras keeps it very low. Down the middle of the park. Freddie Stewart is there. Usually a fullback. Finds himself on the right wing. He's got a decent boot on him. He will find touch. And he'll find touch just inside Argentina and half. So pretty good patience there for me to absorb a lot of the pressure. And then eventually deciding to find touch. Bit of a fumble earlier from Jean Cruz Manuel. Almost put Matteo Carreras under a lot of pressure. Yeah, there's definitely a hard tackle there from Owen Farrell. Should have been a penalty. Will Stewart getting a bit of treatment here. And it's stolen, well, not stolen, but it's eventually won back by Argentina. It's stolen by England now. Ellis Genge comes away with it. Ellis Genge is still going. Powerful leg drive from the loose head. Out towards the 22. England go rather. Penalty advantage or backwards from the referee, not sure which one. Marcus Smith, not too many options. Pops it up to Joe Marchant. He's going to be brought down eventually by Facundo Aiza as well as Marcus Kramer. Marcus Kramer back up to his feet for the counter rack. Now big carry coming from Ali Chesham. Penalty advantage for England. Not running away is the call. Ben Young chips over the top. Argentina to take it and they'll go back for the penalty. So 2 penalties there. Not running is the call. And if this is England, I think I'm taking the 3 and starting to put this game to bed because the Argentina discipline has not been great. And a very, very straight up forward opportunity if Owen Farrell wants it, yeah. Bit of a break in play here. A couple of players getting some treatment. As Owen Farrell's called for continue to make this a 13-point game as they're slow. I mean, it's 13 minutes. They've already almost put Argentina away. You don't often come back from a 13 to 16-point lead. Yep, easy as you like from Owen Farrell. He has the 3 extras, and Argentina has been really costing them as they go down to 13 points to 0. Looking very comfortable. Have barely got another second gear, to be honest, and yeah, just breezing past Argentina so far in this first 13 minutes. So, Los Pumas need to chase something here, because at the moment it's far too easy for them for England to be scoring points here. Easy try, 2 easy penalties, 13 minutes gone, 13 points scored, and this would be an 80-point game if they were to keep that up. Want to get to Mario Toja, good take from him. Looking to set the rolling more once again are England. Ben Young's lifted to the air. Pretty deep from him. Bafeli underneath it. Gets away from one. Gets back up and brought down by Owen Farrell. Kabeli goes to Carreras. Showing go coming from De La Fuente. Back towards Carreras. Carreras deciding, nope, decides to dummy. Sees a bit of space on the right hand side. Eventually goes to the boot. Puts it in the air. Bafeli is chasing. He's up against... it's a very, very good take as well from... it's actually not. It's Malia that's taken it. Good offload as well there from... Francisco Gadella. Ball available for Argentina as well as a penalty advantage. So the Fuente decides to try and offload it. Goes to Facundo Aiza, and they're going to go all the way back for the penalty. Yeah, I'm not supporting his body weight. Ball straight to the ground as the call from Nick Berry. So an opportunity now for Argentina to kick towards the corner and try and find some points of their own. Really get into the game. Which is a very slow start here for Argentina. Need to try and just tighten things up a little bit. Yeah, you can see he just misses the ball there as well, Stuart. Yeah, good take there from Mario Toja with the kickoff. Right, so the Pumas going towards the corner. As you'd imagine, they are 13 points behind. No point dying wondering. Go to the corner. They find touch inside 22. So Julian Montoya goes to the front of the line, and they go straight to the back line as Carreras goes short to Marcus Kremer. Good carry from him. Once a quick ball there from Kabeli. Decides to go down the right-hand side. Switches it to Mariano Mafedi, who comes in looking for work. Ball available there for Kabeli. He stamps himself. Eventually brought down. Penalty advantage as well for offside. Ball pops up towards Thomas Gajo. Pick up and go as well from Facundo Aiza. This is good work here from Argentina. Pick up and go from Rubiolo. This time pretty well stopped. They are 5 minutes out of Argentina. Pick up and go from Julian Montoya. Now they go to Carreras. Carreras. Chip over the top towards Mafeli. It's just too far. Just too far. Slightly less and Mafeli's over. Nice idea. Penalty in a good area though. So I reckon they go to the corner and try that once again. Much better from Argentina. Looked much better. Good continuity. A couple of ideas there. A couple of different points of attacks. Very, very solid from the Argentinians. Yeah, taking a scrum. Yeah, I like that. I love that, in fact. Right, so scrum, yeah, about 10 meters out from Argentina. What can they cook up from here? No reset here. Come on, Archie, create a cool try. Create a cool try. Give us a nice moment. Much better scrum there. Kinder Eyes are looking to try and use it off the back there. Big second shot coming from England. They need to get the ball out, and knock-on is the call. Should have used it when they could have. Should have used it when they could have. That second shot from England was massive and forced the knock-on. They're really, really poor not to take that ball out, to be honest. So a bit of an early warning sign. Although I don't think they necessarily dominated Argentina. I think Argentina just switched off and weren't really ready for it. Yeah, so just get the ball out, really. I think it would have been the call. Should have used it. Could have used it. Didn't. And paid the price. And paid the price. Right, so another scrum. Yeah, this time will be England ball. Ben Young's the ball in hand. Very solid. It's gone down though. Ball's available as Bernal goes to the right hand side to O'Farrell. Looking to run. Goes to Joe Marchant. Got a Mori Toje.
Previous 4 World Cup games against Argentina, 11 of their past 12.
Right, deep kick they're coming, and Malia, this is high in the air. Maliano Bafeli is chasing just outside 22. It's well weighted. Bafeli, oh, that's a great take from Maliano Bafeli. Argentina with the ball in hand, just in front outside the 22. Kabeli flings a long pass out towards Malia. Not too many options. Decides to go himself. Slips one, bumps it inside to Thomas Gajol. Then Marcus Kramer and Oxford forward of all players as well. He's been so good. Top tackler in the tournament in terms of literal just number of tacklers is for Marcus Kramer, and then just spinning in front of there. Great take earlier from Maliano Bafeli. That's absolutely tremendous. Right, so we start with the scrum. It'll be England scrum, who do seem to have the edge of the scrum so far. I haven't really seen that Argentina front row dominate much so far, to be honest, in this competition. Better set there. Very, very solid scrum. Not too much happening. Goes on the left-hand side. Owen Farrell goes to the boots. Bafeli returns the favour. He goes down the right-hand side. Marcus Smith asks claims for it. Decides to call the mark. Have a scrum. Boo. Do something exciting. Take the scrum. Pull a young Bok move. Not happening. Okay, he's going to go to touch. Put the best touch fighter up towards him, but actually not bad at all. Actually, by a 10-meter line, it's Argentina half. And I'm fair, thought about taking it quickly before deciding otherwise. I just really want this Argentina shirt. I just think it's absolutely amazing. That's what I want in my life.
championship of all time in English rugby when he signed his first professional contract with Harlequins.
It's a good take by Rubiolo. Looking for the Ronnie Moyo, Argentina. Tom Carrier surely around the back. Yeah, he needs to release. Bit of a messy Moyo from Argentina. It's broken apart. And Francisco Cadella comes away with it. The ball is available there for Cabelli. He goes short to Thomas Gajo. Solid carry from him. Good leg drive. Cabelli popping it up towards... oh my goodness me. There's a huge tackle coming from Sam Underhill. I think it's on Ficunda. No, in fact, I think it's on Rubiolo. And lifts high from Carreras. Lots of chase there from Argentina. Marcus Smith underneath it. Hammered by De La Fuente. Lucio Cinti and Marcus Kremer trying to come through. And penalty advantage for stealing off. I think it's the right call from Nick Berry. Right in front of the poles here. So this could be points if they wanted to give it to Mariano Buffelli. I'd be surprised. I think I'll probably look for the scrum. I mean, for the full 7. Probably go for the line towards the corner. And a cut there from Marcus Kremer. He's got a cut in his face. So looking like he's been in the wards here so far as the number 7. I think I'll take the points here. I think Argentina. And so arrives the kicking tee. As Marcus Kremer gets a wax of Vaseline put on his head. Before he's going to try and get the points ticking a little bit. Well, the first idea, actually, I think they had 2. So not, I mean, it would have been 6 points. So, 10 points to, or 13 points to 6, for example. You start getting yourself within range. And yeah, Buffelli's hunched right over, as he does before he kicks. And there's been a call there from McBain. I'm not entirely sure what for.
Turned up at the World Under-20s in Manchester one year. Turned up at the wrong event. Should be with the senior side.
Right, so Buffelli's trying to add the first points to make this a 10-point game for Argentina. Does so with no issues whatsoever. Straight down the middle, Argentina on the board. 13 points to 3. And yeah, a decent patch to play. Much better patch to play for Argentina, actually, this fast sort of 5-10 minutes. Actually had a bit of possession. Got a bit of go-forward ball there. Good work there for Marcus Kremer. What a player he is. And 26 years old. Got a good 8 years ahead of him, I reckon. Already played 57 games. I think he could finish as the most capped Argentinian player, to be honest. I mean, I think Julio Montoya is the next one who's going to go on and break that Augustin Crevi record. But I think we could very well see well over 100 caps for Marcus Kremer. Good restart from Argentina though, ball available. But I mean, to be fair, you got Julio Montoya who's 89 caps at 29. So yeah, I mean, he's going to come up to 100 in the next year. And he'll be 30 when he does it. What a player he is. Made his debut in 2014, by the way. 9 years ago. So just at 20 years old. Let's play a lot of his rugby off the bench, though, is the current Argentinian captain, behind his former captain, Augustin Crevi. So a line check for England on the 20 on the 10-meter line here. It's Theo Dan with ball in hand, strikes the halfway line. So good clearance there from Argentina. And it's a very free kick. Numbers is the call. That's a dreadful free kick to give away. Oh dear, that's unforgivable. To be conceding a free kick for numbers at this level is absolutely unforgivable. I think it's Francisco Cordello who just stepped inside and creating the mismatch there. They actually won the line-out to Argentina. They got up and managed to knock it back. So they won the line-out, but illegally so because of the numbers. So very frustrating from an Argentinian perspective. And that's just a coach killer, isn't it? You know, errors like that really aren't good enough. So, free kick. So, Owen Farrell taps it and puts it in the high in the air. Lots of chases, a lot of pressure. Archie will be able to mark so they can take it, but let's fall back towards Manu Tuolagi. So, turnover ball, yeah. Benyas goes to Mario Toje. Yags now to the right-hand side. Theo Dan on the 22-yard England. Once again on the right-hand side. This time to Ben Earl, the try scorer. Big hit on him. Driven backwards is Ben Earl. Very good tackle that came from Argentina. Good, and a big counter-attack coming as well. Eventually secured by England. They go back to Owen Farrell. Owen Farrell thought about oh, that's a good touch there from Jean-Cruz Malia. Owen Farrell was in a position for a drop goal. Then decided not to and put in a low kick and was well dealt with by Jean-Cruz Malia, who just hit his shins and then was quick to react.
Great skill. There's another one just on the back end from the skipper from England. Just put Argentina back under pressure.
Yeah, putting Jean-Cruz Malia under a lot of pressure with those kicks in behind his own foul so far. This is a much better clearance at that time, though, for Jean-Cruz Malia. He's really struggled with that sometimes and had some very poor clearances. Oh, cheapers me. You would have thought that would an Argentina line out the way that's come away. That's brilliant work from... he's still throwing. Goes on Marta Gonzalez. My favourite players at the moment. Quick ball from Kibeli. Goes to Marcus Kremer. Tom Curry bringing him down, but Argentina into England half. Good work there from the Argentines. Down the right-hand side, they do go. Thomas Gajo pops it up. And that ball goes backwards, and Jean-Martin Gonzalez is there. Gets away from one. Still going is Jean-Martin Gonzalez. Eventually brought down. And loses the ball out into touch as well. But it comes off Mario Tojo, so it will be an Argentinian line-out. This is a great steal. Gets right in front, says, thank you very much. They actually end up dropping him. And they just tossed him. They just tossed him up there. They didn't even worry about bringing him down. That's mental. I've never seen that. I mean, I've seen people, often like they get thrown up and then they basically catch them as they come down. This time they just threw him up there. Just said, oh, well, off you go. Go and fly. That was mental. I've never seen that before, ever. I mean, they literally just threw him up, and they weren't even thinking about bringing him back down. They basically said, right, off you go, Chief. Good luck. Bing! And he jumps up, grabs it, turns around, and off he goes. George Ford on the side, barking instructions. What a player he is. I think he should have played a lot more this tournament. I think he's a terrific player, it's George Ford. 30 years old. Will he make another World Cup? I don't know. I think Owen Farrell will probably start taking a bit of a back seat. He's 32 years old, so I think I'll be interested to see who's the number 10 come the Six Nations. Obviously, you've got Marcus Smith coming through, but I mean George Ford's got plenty of years ahead of him. I'm always surprised they never made British Lions, George Ford. He's got 90 caps for, will make his 90th appearance for England when he comes on. Ball's gone, and Facundo Aza brings it up the back of the line out. De La Fuente making good yards into the England half through Ireland go. Argentina, and then Marcus Kremer losing it forward. Good pick up that from Owen Farrell. That's a great pickup from Joe Marchant. Good handling here from England. And Marcus Smith puts it ahead. And Jean-Cruz Malia has just hacked it ahead and it falls towards Mario Tojo. And he's been hammered by Marcus Kremer. But penalty for offside is the call. Nick Berry asking for a mark, so the calls come from the side. I think they'll take the points here in England. Under a little bit of pressure, so I think, guys, calling for his T as Owen Farrell. That's the right decision. England under a bit of pressure. Argentina growing in confidence. The boos come. I think they wanted to see them go for the line out. There's a bit of blood here on Marcus Kremer's head as he's going to have more. I don't know why he just doesn't get a bit of strapping over the head of his, to be honest. Big tackle. That's Curry and Sam Andel going in on Marcus Kremer, who's going to be making his debut for Clermont in a few weeks' time. Has made the change from Stade Francais. So a new club for Marcus Kremer this season. And straight over the top goes Owen Farrell. So 16 points to 3. Right, so a 13-point game once again with 10 minutes left in the first half. Argentina to score next. They need to score next. They go pretty short and pretty central. Pretty sure, I mean, underneath it in the 14 jersey. Ball was out, so Ben Young's been caught in the ball. Tackle's caught, they have to release. Support is available. No scrum up available, though, for England. Eventually, Ben Young's managed to get outside from the bottom of the rack. A lot of bugs flying around me tonight. Go away. Now Youngs goes to the boot, lifts it high into the stratosphere there. Well taken from Santiago Carreras. Good tackle there from Watchalong. Ball is available for Argentina on the halfway line. There's a very good take there from England, getting the ball back there. Ben Young's available, goes towards Will Stewart. Misses the tackle of Francisco Cordela, his opposite number. Ball down the right side of Mark Smith, pops it up to Tulagi. Tulagi goes himself. Marcus Kremer making the tackle. Big counteract from Argentina. Big counteract for Argentina. And then going off their feet from the side, I think it's the call. Conceding a penalty. They're not happy about that call, is Mateo Carreras. And you can see Michael Cheika just hands in his head, just so frustrated at what he's seeing in front of him. Whether that's upset with what he's seen from the referee or from his team, we'll never know. We'll never know, will we? They go to Mario Tojo, though. And they shift it, but the ball is available to Ben Youngs, looking for a ball carries. Eventually finds out it's Genge. Owen Farrell tips it in behind, and ball comes available, and it falls eventually back to Joe Marchand, who's still going into the 22 England go. 7 minutes left on the clock. Pick up and go from Sam Underhill. Will Stewart. Good tackle on him. Stopping with momentum there. They go down the right-hand side. Quick defense, though. Moxley goes inside to Freddie Stewart. Ball comes loose. And penalty for Argentina. So they'll get away with that one. Get themselves further downfield and reset. Nah, that's not gone out. Oh, no, that's a coach killer. You get a penalty, and then you don't kick it out. Michael Cheika will not be a happy man. So, where they should have been inside England territory, they're going to be all the way back inside their own half. Right, it's line on the 10-meter line. Good take there from Gonzalez. Ball available for Julian Montage. He waits himself. Go, Julian! Brought down by Sam Underhill. Up to the halfway line. Penalty advantage there for Argentina. Showing go. And go again. Into the England half. Quick ball. Carreras. Fires it out towards Malia. Finds a bit of space. Going a bit of space. Ball back inside to Bafili. Almost up to the 10 meter. Past 10 meter line. There you go. Rubiolo. The future lock. 20 years old. It's Carreras. Goes out to La Fuente. Macho Carreras. Good tackle from Owen Farrell. Ball out wide. There, a bit of space there. Lucio Cinti goes. And Gonzalez down the wing. Into the 22. Pick up a go from Cabelli. Looking for options. Goes to Thomas Gajo. Gets across from one. 5 meters out to Argentina. Pop and go from Malia. He pops to Facundo Eyes. A good work there from him. They're on the doorstep here. Showing go from Cabelli. Hey, he's got it, you know. He's gotten it. Hey, there we go. The veteran scrum off. And they're over. Well, how's that? Well, something from nothing. Great continuity there, it must be said. Owen Farrell having a lot to say with a couple of the players. Not very happy with what they've said to him. But Thomas Cabelli, the veteran scrum off, gets his first try of the tournament. Pick up and go. I don't think it was the right option. It's a great bit of work there from Coach Malia. Ball back inside to Bafili. That ball from Cinti out wide as well to Gomez. Great offloading. Yeah, Carreras, big hit there from Farrell. He brings him down, but it's a hit that requires Sam Underhill to have to get involved. Sucks in an extra player. Lucio Cinti. They might have to check that pass, to be fair. Failure wants to take us, but they might have to check this. There could be a forward pass here after all that. No, they're happy to go. They're free to go. Emiliano Bafili now to add the extras and make this a 6-point game just before half time. Does so with ease, and there we go. 10 points to 16. Right, I think if Argentina were to score next via a penalty or a try, then it could be in this game. Right, the restart down the right-hand side. Good scramble, though, for Matches Carreras. Not the biggest player, but he's packs a bit of a punch there. Got some big thighs, the Carreras. A lot of power in that leg drive. Marcus Kremer. Betty throws it back towards Lucio Cinti. Lucio Cinti will use that left boot of his. Find a touchdown that right. It's a no-go in the middle of the park. Freddie Stewart. He's going to kick and chase this himself. Just inside the 22. Ah, it's horribly split out front. And it goes to Ollie Chesham. England on the front foot, just outside the 22. The knock-on advantage. They got Sam Underhill who knocks it on, and they'll go back for the initial knock-on for Argentina. It'll be a scrum with 3 minutes to go. Just outside the 22 on the right-hand side.
First half, England still had the big opportunity.
Right, what can England do here? Just over 2 minutes left to play. Good work there for Marcus Kremer. Good tackle. Ball available there for Ben Youngs inside the 22. Pop it up to Ben Earl. the try scorer. 90 seconds left on the clock for the first half. Back to Marcus Smith. Marcus Smith showing go. He was never going to go for and a bit of the goose step brings it in. Slightly isolated. Down the left-hand side they go. Ball pops up. Ball comes loose to Bafili. Bafili can't gather. And Jean-Cruz Mallet is after this, but there has been a knock on, a double knock as well. So they'll go back for the scrum. Foul taking a while to recover as well. Right, so scrum here for England, just outside 22. Last play of the match as the clock does turn red. So like England contract something. I think if Argentina can go in with 6 points down, I don't think it's necessarily a bad half from them. It was looking a bit ominous. A big second shot coming from Argentina. The ball pops up towards Ben Youngs. Ben Youngs goes to Owen Farrell, goes to Marcus Smith. A bit of space down. Marcus Smith wants to check back on the inside. He's brought down by Geronimo De La Fuente. Ball available for Ben Youngs, who goes short to Mario Toje. Big hit on Mario Toje, though. Ball available there. Ben Youngs has to come into the rugby. Counter-rack coming, so Tom Carrier is to scrum off. Chip over the top for Marcus Smith, which will be marked by Jean-Cruz Mallet. And I think that should be half-time. Yeah, and it is half-time. Right, half-time score, 10 points to 16. Not completely out of it, Argentina. It's work to do for them in the second half, but they've not been dreadful. And so, yeah, interesting to see what happens. If they score first in the second half, then I think they could be in here with a shot. Let me know what you thought about the half down in the comments below. Please do smash the like on the video, and we will see you guys in about 14 or so minutes. In the meantime, you can listen to Bob Skinstad and what his predictions are for the final tomorrow. Should be a great clash. It was very cool to catch up with the former World Cup winner and Springbok legend as he gave us his thoughts of the game for this weekend. Well, hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for the big week. It is finals week, and I'm joined by a Springbok legend and former Rugby World Cup winner, Bob Skinstad. Bob, first of all, thank you so much for helping out. And have you recovered from last weekend and the weekends before drama?
Look, I don't think you ever recover. I mean, you know, two points in a quarters and a semi. I mean, I don't know if you saw, but I was commentating alongside Matt Dawson. I wasn't even able to celebrate. I was literally gone. So no, I haven't recovered, but I am excited. I mean, we're into a final, and it's a great opportunity. I think this team have really played above themselves and ridden the luck where they needed to. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just happy to be along for the ride.
And which match do you think you were more on edge, or which match did you have more confidence that we'd be able to find a way?
Well, I think before the France match, I was really worried because I felt, you know, they had this massive national sort of spirit behind them. I mean, the stadium was extraordinary in terms of, you know, they're talking rugby about the 16th man, and that's the crowd and everybody behind you. So that was, I mean, formidable. I think it was an amazing opportunity to see the team and the resilience and just sticking into the game and holding onto the game. And then the funny thing is with the England match, I was the one saying they need to watch out for England because England could be a potential banana skin. England are up for this. England want to prove themselves. England under Borthwick needs some good news. You know, there's a whole bunch of reasons. And then suddenly, you know, 3-0, 6-0, 6-3, 9-3. And I started to think, well, hang on. I hope they're not starting to believe as much as my mate Matt Dawson here, because he's starting to whack the table with his fists. So I would say they were different iterations of themselves. You know, two two very, very tight, well contested games, but obviously very different in terms of tries scored and that kind of thing.
And then just in terms of looking back at the semi-finals, we saw two very different semis. On Friday, a bit of a blowout, which maybe it had the potential to do, but I think we were all hoping that Argentina would be a lot more competitive. And then, obviously the very close game on Saturday. Now, if you look at, for example, the world rankings, in theory there shouldn't have been that much of a difference between the two teams. So why do you think there was the blowout on Friday versus how close it was on Saturday?
It's a good question because I think Argentina have had so much going on in their prep. They quite famously said that they felt they were underprepared. So I thought they were going to come into the tournament, squeak through, even maybe win that England match, and then be really devastating around quarterfinals and semi-finals. But they just didn't turn up. So I don't know. I mean, I think the one thing you have to remember is that Argentina have got tremendous results over the last 3 years. I mean, they've beaten New Zealand and in Australia. They've beaten South Africa home and away. They've beaten Australia in Australia. You know what I mean? They're a really, really top class outfit. I mean, they've beaten England recently, so I was expecting a lot more. If there was a preparation issue, then it has been addressed because Michael Check has said as much. But I did feel sometimes you get that run, you get that momentum into a tournament. So I can't put my finger on it, but they weren't good enough for a very, very rampant All Black side who have definitely hit some fantastic form. And I think the important thing there is to, true champions know when to turn up, and the All Blacks did exactly that.
And then looking at the match between the Box and England, in terms of lessons learned, did England almost provide a bit of a blueprint on how to beat the Box? And how much do you think New Zealand watched that game and went, well, hang on, this is, if the conditions are similar, which it is looking like it could be, this is how this. Do you think there were a couple of lessons that they might take out in terms of how they're going to approach the game this Saturday?
Yeah, look, I mean, you've got to give full credit to England. I mean, I think that the most important thing was that they executed a strategy which they implemented at 100%. They were amazing. Alex Mitchell's kicking was so on point. Freddie Stewart was brilliant in the air. They competed against every one of our lineouts. They squeezed the gap between the lineouts. They made it really difficult for us to play the kind of rugby we wanted to play. If the All Blacks can do that, then they will be as competitive as England are. But I don't think the All Blacks play like that. I mean, the All Blacks try and prize you open with a little bit of backline work. They cross kick a lot more than England did. Remember, they did a lot of box kicking, not so much cross kicking. And the All Blacks are very good in the air and will take us on. So we might see a lot of it. I don't think they're going to change their tactics 100% though. So they'll take the good bits out of that and then add the sprinkling of the good bits that they've already got.
Right, so you've been in the camp. The Monday you wake up and you're still sort of coming down a bit of a high from winning a semi-final, and all of a sudden you've got days left, for a final. What goes through your mind when you wake up on that Monday morning in terms of the actual week, and what does that sort of week of build up towards a final look like?
It's funny, it's always a fun week because you're ready for this big challenge in front of you, and you're ready to take on all comers. You're ready to take on whoever's in front of you, and you want to do your bit. So there's a lot of like extra prep that you do, but it's just like homework. It doesn't really feel that you go in and you have a really tough week. I mean, I had an extraordinary incident because I had a preggy wife with a kiddie on the way, so I had my 1 hour was looking towards home. And then my son actually arrived in World Cup final week, 3 weeks early. So it sort of threw my preparation a little bit. But I think back to, my roommate Butch James, who's always a relaxed guy, and he was sort of pacing up and down a little bit. And we actually both said, well, let's just go calmly here because you're going to expend all of our energy before we even get onto the field, and that's what you need. You need to be at 100%. So I think what South Africa definitely do have is they've got that calmness to their approach. They've got that ability to take on, their individual tasks, but not to take on more pressure than they need to. So the week will be managed well by the staff and management, and they won't have players doing things that are different to their normal routine, but they certainly will be tidying up any extra let's just say little bits of homework, like I said, little bits of detail on the plan and the strategy that they want to implement.
Okay, and then so the big talk at the moment is two very, not only physically but mentally draining playoff games. You know, that full 80-minute performance is needed. A lot of fans are worried about the fatigue, you know, and the team being tired and stuff. First of all, it's been a long tournament, a much longer tournament than before. So obviously mentally, you know, there will be a lot of fatigue, and I think that's where, very interestingly, having that whole family environment has apparently been so good from that perspective, because you don't necessarily feel like you're missing home too much, because home's kind of with you. But also, I suppose, you know, physically, a lot of these players will be tired. You know, how much does that play a factor, or is it also a certain amount of, this is a World Cup final, you know, it doesn't matter how I'm feeling, it doesn't matter what I'm going through, if there's one game I can pick myself up and sort of put that to the side, this should be the game.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you make a good point. You know, how much of that would cut out what they would do normally? I don't know. I mean, I really think that there's a lot of adrenaline on the night, and you get 10-20% more energy from that. So as long as you don't expend it in the week before, then it's there in reserve. I also think that they're very well prepared in terms of the amount of hours that they've had in those legs of theirs. I mean, you know, not to sort of overpraise the staff and management from South Africa, but you know, Eben Etzebeth in the semi-final was tired, and you could see it, and he wasn't his usual self, you know. And at 47 minutes, they said, "Okay, go, you're off," you know, because we don't need you expending another 33 minutes of time and effort when you are off your game. Now, can you imagine the extra motivation that gives him to put those 33 minutes into a final? You know, and I think we will see those instances. We will see those players that have had little rest, little time off. I mean, we haven't seen the team hasn't come out yet. I think everybody's trying to keep their powder dry. But I definitely think that the most important sort of players, senior players, they will have put the pieces of the jigsaw together so that the best team can turn up in that final 80 minutes.
That Eben Etzebeth substitution you mentioned, I think for me was a very interesting point of the game. Even the Sia Khaleesi one quite early. You know, do you think that's a bit of a hallmark of the sort of coaching staff, that they're not afraid to make the big decisions? They're not afraid to hook a Liebach in the first half. We've seen them replace front rows and players at stages of the game which we don't traditionally see it happen. You know, do you think that's kind of been one of the main themes, is that there is the sense of no player is untouchable, and if you're not at your best, or if you're a little bit off, we have full confidence that whoever's replacing you can fill your role. So we don't just, you know, you're not going to keep Eben Etzebeth on for 80 minutes just because it's Eben Etzebeth. They're happy to replace him.
Well, I think you make a great point. You know, they look at what they've done. They've said to the guys, "You're in a jersey. Okay, it's green and gold, and it's got a number on the back. It's yours for the time that we and you agree that you are giving your best for that jersey." And I think that's amazing. And I really, really think it goes back to what Owen Eastwood, the fantastic sort of, I mean, he's a modern day sort of psychologist in terms of team culture and participation. And he worked with the Ryder Cup guys, and he said, no, you're only in your spot for the minutes that you are playing for this team. You know, as soon as you're out, the next person's in. So give them back that jersey in the best condition you can. You know, whether you retire and move on, or you leave the field for 30 minutes because Snyman's got to go on, you know. And I think the Springboks have embraced that naturally, and they've embraced it in terms of the empathetic leadership that we see from Sia Khaleesi. So it's an amazing. I mean, I watch very closely. I'm an ex-player. I watch very, very closely. If I see a player coming off and shaking his head and, you know, throwing his elastoplast down into the thing, I think to myself, there's a fracture between the coach and that guy. But if I see a player coming off and you can see he's visibly disappointed, but will not absolutely display any of that, then I think there's a very healthy culture, because he knows that you have to give respect. He wants to go into the fight himself, but he knows that it's been agreed that he's not the right person for that role for right now. So I think it's a huge step forward in terms of squad management and team management.
Yeah, I absolutely love that idea. I think that's something which has been quite prevalent in the All Blacks camp as well. And I think that's apparently they've attributed a lot of that turnaround to the idea that, again, you know, they're borrowing that jersey. You know, it's not their jersey, and it's never their jersey. And that's sort of
to their credit, it is an ancient Maori sort of idea, and it's like you're only on this earth to take the baton, from your father and to hand the baton to your son. If you think of it in those terms, and yes, it does come from there. And Owen Eastwood is he's a Kiwi originally. So, but I think it applies. It doesn't matter what culture you get it from. It applies in family. It applies in team particularly, and I think the guys are doing it well.
Yeah, and I think, it's for me. We talk about that sort of that squad buy-in. I think that's been quite a prevalent thing, and all the teams have done well. I think in England as well. I think there seemed to be a genuine buy-in and belief in what they're doing, which is why they might have overperformed. But let's talk about New Zealand. It's a very interesting scenario where we walk in. It's the old rivalry. We haven't had this match in a World Cup final since '95. It's the final that I think a lot of the diehards would have wanted. And if we look back at the recent history between the two teams, it's really changed from one game to the other. Last year winning in Mbombela, then losing at Ellis Park. This year being outplayed over in New Zealand, and then the thrashing at Twickenham. So it's a World Cup final, so you can never look too far backwards. But that result at Twickenham, that was the most dominant performance we've ever seen from a Springbok side against New Zealand side. There were a couple of players missing for New Zealand, but how much do you think that's playing on both sides' minds?
I think it'll be there in the background. It'll be a boon for the South African players who have seen, whether they were Springboks on that day or not, whether they were sort of squad players who've seen, what South Africa can do against the New Zealand side. So that's a positive. But I really think the guys aren't going to be looking backwards that much. I think they'll look at individuals and performances. And when I say performances, I'm talking about activities. So, is Aaron Smith passing better to the right or the left? What short side are they exploiting? Is he kicking better with his left or his right foot? When they've gone past 10 phases, are they passing inside or are they passing outside? So they will definitely go into the detail and the analysis of the stats that they get back from those games. But I don't think they'll look back at those results and say, we beat them then, so therefore we should win. I think what they'll do is they'll say, we've recently proved that if we're at 100% and they're at 100%, we've beaten them. If they're at 100 and we're at 98, they've beaten us. And if we're at 98 and they're at 100, they've beaten. So that kind of thing. I think they absolutely want to make sure that they go into this game with the best possible chance of putting 80 minutes of quality from every single player, or player plus substitutes that are in their jerseys.
Now going into a final, you try to draw on so many different things to just try and give you that sort of small edge and stuff. And maybe this is just a mental thing. South Africa have never lost a World Cup final. We've never gotten to this stage of a tournament and not gone the full way. How much confidence do you think that gives to the team, knowing that, and almost sort of an expectation that we in just general we've never... Right, and we are back, everybody, and welcome back to the second half. Argentina versus England, 10.16. The last 40 minutes for both these teams in the World Cup. And it's a good start there from England. Good take, though, from Mario Toja. Hey, go away. Being attacked by bugs here. What is that? Back. Yeah, we've got the second half underway. And can Argentina come from behind to claim the bronze medal? Or will we see England taking it? And... yeah, interesting to see sort of the tactics and how things might change. And that's an early mistake from England. That is out in the pool, and therefore it will be a line out for Argentina just outside the 22. Ben Young's been an early, very rare mistake, really, to see that kind of mistake from him. He doesn't often miss with his box kicks. Such an accurate box kicker. He's kind of made a bit of a career out of it, hasn't he? His final game, his final 40 minutes, final 20 minutes could be in an England shirt, the most capped player of all time for England. And... yeah, what a moment it is. Oh, my goodness, that's a huge tackle. The ball's kind of sideways, though, so it is still alive. Yeah, for Jean Cruz Malia, but what a tackle that was. Trying to work out who it was. So backwards go Argentina now. He's trying to go on the front foot, and it is coming is Cadela. Ball available there, Kabeli. To Carreras. Carreras chip over the top for Bafeli. It is bounced towards Marcus Smith, and Bafeli's giving a good chase. So Marcus Smith needs to run himself out of a bit of trouble here. Eventually does manage to get the kick away. He's not going to find touch. He is going to go as far as Mateo Carreras, who's got a bit of space on the right-hand side. What's he going to do? He's going to run himself here. Gets away from Marcus Smith, but Ollie Chesham is there to complete the tackle. Just outside 22. Yeah, Kabeli goes to Carreras. He goes short to Fakunda Isa. Good carry from him.
Kabeli goes to Fakunda Isa. And let's do. He's through. He's straight through. He's going to go to the poles. He's under the poles. Argentina will take the lead. Surely 15 points to 16. What a stop that is from them. Goodness me. Well, that's what we like to see. Santiago Carreras take a bow. Well, you know, I said I wanted to see Nicolas Sanchez. Look at this here. Ball out towards, that's a huge hit. And it's Watchalong, he's absolutely on his opposite number. But bang, Santiago is getting away from 1. Bang, getting away from 2. Bang, puts in the afterburns, gets away from Marcus Smith. Marcus Smith probably should have done better. Hand goes up, over he goes with the kick to come from Buffetti and gets away from Theo Dan. Bang, gets away from Edis Genge. And then he's got the pace to get away. Well, he is naturally a full-back converted to fly half. So he's expecting to have an extra yard of pace. And the extra is coming from Emiliano Buffetti as Argentina take the lead for the first time early in the second half. What a start that is from them. Good take that from Guido Petty. Actually, I haven't seen much of him so far this game. And they go to Marcus Kramer. Marcus Kramer knocked the ball a couple of times in the first half. Was very active in defense, though. Made the most tackles in the competition so far, has Marcus Kramer. And I don't think anyone's going to catch him up. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Theo Dan. Well, he's just made up for them. He's gone over. He's charged them down. And that is completely unnecessary on John Cruz Malia. Well, I'll tell you what. How do you go from hero to hero from Theo Dan? Charged down. He's gone over. And that's so annoying. That is so frustrating. That is, yeah, that is so annoying. He is the man that charged down. It's good effort from Theo Dan. He then has a bit of a go at Jean-Cruz Mali. I'm not quite sure why. He's entitled to make a tackle. And Farrow has the extra. So from what was a 1-point lead back to a 6-point lead for England. Very frustrating. Restart there. Good take there from Ben Earl. Right, Archie, I need to reset you. It was a great try, but we're back to that 6-point advantage. So annoying to have a try against, well, something like that. Something like, it's a great effort. Good take though, that from Buffetti. Ball comes back towards Argentina. Fakunda Isa looking for that offload. Eventually decides to hang on to it. Probably the right. He's still going, in fact, it's Fakunda Isa. Now Kabeli to the boot. This is high in the air. Buffetti is lurking. He's been so good in the air so far. And it's been allowed to bounce and it's fallen back to Argentina's side. Knock on advantage as well. Quick ball here from Kabeli. Goes to the blind side. And he says knock that on. We'll go back for the initial knock on from England. So it will be an Argentina scrum. Very weird how that was allowed to bounce. Ben Yansky in that completely wrong. No, I don't actually think it was a knock-on, to be fair. I think it came off his leg. Still, Argentina won't complain. They'll have a scrum when they eventually get going again. Right, so some subs here. Here comes Matheus Moroni as well as Rodrigo Bruno. So Lucio Cinti making way. And Fakunda Isa will make way for Rodrigo Bruni. And there goes Sinti. Watch out for him. I think he's got a bright career ahead of him. I think, you know, he's what 23 years old. He's born in like the year 2000. He's a 2000 kid. I mean, that just makes me sad, to be honest. But he's already played, I think he's came about 8 or 9 caps for Argentina. Made his debut, was played for 7, sorry. It was almost coming to about 20th cap for Argentina. Made his debut back in 2021. So he's just 21 years old at the time. I think he played for the Sevens when he was still a teenager. Very, very exciting and talented young player. Yeah, so it will be an England scrum. As I said, I didn't think that Ben Young's actually knocked it on. So they have gone and checked that with the TMO and reversed that decision. It's gone down. We'll have a reset here. I'll tell you what, I think that Ellis Genge could be a bit lucky there. Or Will Stewart, rather. Right, that's a much more solid scrum here. Ben Youngs will eventually feed. Available there for Ben Earl. He picks it up and goes himself. Pops it up to Mario Tuilagi. Now, Mario Toja, big hit from coming on Mario Toja there. Julia Montoya, the one that made it. Big hit on Milano Buffini, but it's a good take from him. Right, deep kick there from Argentina. Nobody around Arundel. Haven't seen much of them in ball in hand. It's not a great kick from him. It's gone pretty much directly up. So he will chase it. He will retrieve himself, but penalty for not retreating on against Will Stewart is the call. Horrendous kick. Absolutely horrendous kick. So, decision time here. Decision time here. What do Argentina do? They go for the poles here. I think it's the right decision would be to do it, to be honest. Get it, make it a 3-point game. And Buffini has called for the kicking. I think this is the right decision. Go for the poles, get the points in. Yeah, I don't think this is the worst call at all. Make it a 3-point game. 10 minutes into the second half. Yeah, it's a great kick from Buffini. He just doesn't miss. He does not miss, does Buffini. Great kick from him. Right, here comes the reinforcements. Dan Cole, Bevan Rod, and Lewis Laidlam. So Ellis Genge makes way. Will Stewart makes way. And I think that's Ben Youngs, by the way. Well, there it is. That is the end. No, it's not. You're looking at him, but no, Danny Kay is on. Well, there it is. England's most capped player of all time is done. Tom Curry also making way. He's been in the wars tonight. Ben Young still seems to be on the park, though. Yeah, he is still on the park. So I'm not quite sure where they put up Danny Kay, but Ben Youngs is very much there. Now goes back to Carreras. Carreras puts the ball in the air pretty long. A lot of Argentinian players chasing. Mark Smith down the left-hand side, almost getting away from one. Eventually wheeled in. He's about 5 meters in from the touchline on that left-hand side. He goes to the top from Youngs, goes center, Carreras. Sees a bit of space on the right-hand side, trying to turn Youngs. Looking for that 22 as well, read by Ben Youngs. Goes inside to Marcus Smith. Marcus Smith will find clearance. Not his best, though, so it'll be an attacking line here for Argentina. Just past the 10-meter line. Right, here comes Baslin Valdez, the reserve scrum off. Just doesn't know what he can do, but he just can't get a start. He's always on the bench. Right, there it is. There he goes, Ben Youngs. That's the end of his career in an England shirt. Good line there, straight down to Baslin Valdez, who gives it away to Carreras. Carreras going short. It's okay from De La Fuente. Baslin Valdez, good tackle there from him. Toja, Dan Cole getting up as well to make the hit. Baslin Valdez to who's Mali. Bafredi! Oh, it was almost just should have been delayed. Ball back inside though to Rubiolo. Spins away from one. Eventually brought down by Dan Cole. Into the 22 here. To Thomas Gajlo, gets away from one. Spins away from Mario Toja. Still going as Thomas Gajlo. Great carry from him. Pick up and go. From Julie Montoya. Now Gadella, the front row is getting involved here. That's the loose head hooker and then the tight head carry. Gonzalez steps away from Chesham. Eventually brought down by Laidlam. Cordella getting the ball back. Baslin Valdez looking to go himself. Eventually the door is closed on him. Ball's available there. Julie Montoya picks up and goes. Ball available for Thomas Gajlo. He picks up and goes. Argentina going through the phase of 13 phases now for Argentina. Another pick up and go. Yeah, good work from Argentina. Just really trying to protect this ball. Now Baslin Valdez goes to De La Fuente. De La Fuente. Good tackle on him. Trying to rip that ball off him. Baslin Valdez. Trying to direct traffic. Goes to Thomas Gajlo. Good tackle on him from Lewis Laidlam. Now Rodrigo Bruni trying to get back on the front foot there for Argentina. And Sam Underhill gets over and has a go there. Ben Earl, in fact, I'm not entirely sure he had license to play that. And you can see, yeah, I don't think Michael Cheika agrees with that at all. Yeah, you can see the both. Montoya's not happy about that, and Michael Cheika is absolutely fuming about that decision. I don't think he is the first arriving player to the ruck. That's the thing. I mean, Argentina have already, removed 2 players from the breakdown. Right, Theo Dan, he's got his 15 minutes. So Jamie George is onto the park. Played a lot of minutes in the World Cup as Jamie George. Montoya, good take. Beno comes with the back. Good tackle there from Julie Montoya. Danny Kerr goes to the boot and Freddie Stewart is chasing hard. Freddie Stewart gets up. Great take from Freddie Stewart. Wins the ball back for England just past the 10-meter line on the right-hand side. Jamie George gives it inside to Mario Toja. Danny K flings it out to George Owen Farrell. It's a good hit there coming from Marcus Kramer. And they've won the penalty this time. Rodrigo Bruni with that turnover. Very good. And you can see the celebrations coming from Argentina. Big moment in the game, that. They're up for it, Argentina. It's a 3-point game. This is actually going to be quite exciting, to be honest. And then not fun touch once again. That's dreadful from Argentina. And Freddie Stewart will counter. You just got to find touch, guys. It's not hard. Bazin Valdez. Malia says go to the boot. He's going to chase hard. Here's Malia. Desperate trying to get there. Marcus Smith underneath it. Marcus Smith trying to find a bit of space. Chips over the top. Bazin Valdez is well positioned though. He spins away from Marcus Smith. He does manage to reel him in. Ball available with Argentina just past the 10-meter line. Mariano Bafredi just directing traffic a bit and eventually gives it away to Gomez Cadella. Ball available as Bazin Valdez gets underneath from the bottom of the ruck. He's going to go back to Carreras. No, in fact, he's going to go himself to the box kick here as he shifts the ball back. Just chips it over the top there. Interesting tactic there. Falls back towards Argentina though. Then a knock on here from Joe Marchant. So I think it's going to be an Argentina scrum. Yeah, it is going to be an Argentina scrum. Right, so George Ford has come on for Tuilagi, so Owen Farrell will shift to that inside centre position. Right, come on, big scrum there. Right, Augustine Creevy's on the park. So there goes Gini Montoya, the captain. You can have a reset, yep.
Still going strong. Tonight. Extraordinary story, really. He was a loose forward. Semi-pro rugby over here in France. Converted himself to a look at the Argentina back in the amateur rugby. Now has become the most all-time cap player for Los Sports.
Right, scrum here for Argentina. It'll be a great time for a scrum penalty. This is very much in Emmanuel Bafredi's range as well. Ball pops up to the back, and it goes to Bazin Valdez. Not too many options. It goes to the boot. Straight into the hands of Henry Randall, who's going to return the favour. And Nicolas Sanchez decides to call for a mark. He's onto the park to see out the final 24 minutes. Deep kick there from Sanchez. Right options here for Farrell. He returns the favourite. Sanchez once again will call the mark. Happy to just slow things down as Nicolas Sanchez. Right, once again, Ford will kick this up for Freddie Stewart. It should be a free kick catch there for Nicolas Sanchez. Almost a bit of a juggle. Gets away from one. Still going to Nicolas Sanchez. Gets away from Kremer. And its ball's gone loose to Sam Underhill. Ball's gone loose to Joe Marsh and pops it up towards, I think it's Bevan Rod. Now back down the left-hand side. Ollie Chesham. Into the 22. Danny Kay goes to Owen Farrell. So George Ford to Owen Farrell. Owen Farrell tips over the top. And it's been allowed to bounce, actually. So it's good work by John Cruz Malia. But, no, I mean, if they just got there a bit quicker, it could have marked it. They could Argentina. But as Bazin Valdez will bring this to the back before he goes to the boot. Yeah, and he'll bring out the box kick. George Ford goes into Freddie Stewart, who's brought down by Marcus Kramer. Danny Kerr there. Taking a while to get that ball in. Eventually goes to Chesham. George Ford goes up in the air. It's huge. It's allowed to bounce as well. Eventually falls back to Sanchez. Sanchez had a bit of pressure. Gets away from Marcus Smith. Then eventually a couple of England players do catch up to him. Good work to manage to maintain possession there from Argentina. Alves goes deep. Freddie Stewart's going to kick and chase himself. It's not gone particularly fast. It's going to be very contestable. It falls back towards Argentina. Who wants it? Sanchez decides to take it. He goes to the left boot. It's not the best kick coming from it. And Joe Marshall is there. It's a good pressure, but he's getting away from a couple of players. Eventually brought down by Mateo Carreras. Mattis Moroni as well getting across to make a good tackle. Ball back inside now to Chesham. He's getting through a lot of work in the last stages of the game here. Quick ball from Danny Kerr. Goes to George Ford. George Ford goes to Sam Underhill. What a game he's had so far. Danny Kerr looking to snipe. Then it pops it up to Marcus Smith. Marcus Smith decides to dab it in behind. Jean Cruz Malaya will carry that into touch. He had to, unfortunately. He had to. He was trying to shepherd this into touch, and the ball just bobbled at the last moment. He was just trying to get it into touch, and then he had to just carry it in there. Right, here comes Eduardo Bella for Francisco Gomez Cadela.
Through 60 minutes here in the bronze medal match, England, a 3-point lead over Argentina. Led by 13 early in the first half. Pumas found a way back.
Right, and Danny Kerr directing traffic here. Mario Turgic inside the 22. Good tackle there for Marcus Kramer. Now Lewis Laidlam. Presents well for Danny Kerr. Danny Kerr pops it up. Goes to Ollie Chesham. Good tackle. And I think Sanchez is over that. Now Beno pops it up to George Ford. George Ford. And it goes through the hands here. Falls back towards Argentina. First knock on coming from England. So it's a Argentina scrum. Getting a bit messy out here.
That's Gary, second man. Still Argentina. To be in these scraps, keeping it close, keeping it tight to the last corner, and then they'll win. So this is the period now we really try and see them push the tempo, dominate possession. You can't question this guy, the skipper, has been an absolute soldier. Julio Watchalong for Argentina.
Da, 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 da. As a penalty against Argentina, Nick Berry saying overextending, and Thomas Gauch was not particularly impressed with that call.
Took charge, didn't he? Down at Marseille on opening weekend. Kicked all 27 England points. That game where England played 77 minutes of the game, 14 players after the Tom Curry red card. It was also difficult. It was terrible weather as well. Advantage England. There's Danny Kerr.
Danny care. And a penalty advantage. I think he actually went for the drop goal there. Right, penalty right in front of Poles. This will be another 6-point lead. And knee on the ground is the call. Big scrum coming from England. I think this will, they'll take the points here and start applying the pressure. Owen Farrell's already jumped there. He's going to ask for kicking teeth. It's getting quite close here. And you can see Marco Checker absolutely fuming. Yeah, I don't think he's happy as Michael Checker. Not impressed one little bit. Meanwhile, I've got a bug's life in here. Just the amount of flipping flying insects over here is ridiculous. Owen Farrell adds the 3 extras right and he extends that 6-point lead once again. This game has ebbed and flowed. Been very close. Still a converted try and Argentina can go ahead. So still plenty to play for. Right, Bruno underneath that. Very good kick-off, but good tackle there coming from Gonzalez. Counter-ruck coming here from Argentina, but it's eventually secure as Danny Kerr waits for the ball at the back. Take you a while, here's Danny Kerr. So 50 minutes to go. It's decent, not the worst clearance, not the best clearance. So it'll be Archie line just outside 22. George Ford starting to take charge here, barking out instructions, trying to see out this game. But a huge opportunity is from Argentina. You try, yeah, converted try, and all of a sudden the momentum can swing quite a bit. All right, Henry Randall being replaced here. On goes Ollie Lawrence. Mattis Alamano coming onto the park as well. So a lot of and Joel Slavy coming on to replace Thomas Gajdo. So they're throwing the dice there, Archie. They brought a lot of the bench here. Inside ball there to Matis Carreras. He sits down one. He's still good as Matis Carreras. He's small, but he packs a punch. Good line being run there. Pick up and go from Augustin Creevy, the legendary hooker. Penalty advantage here. Sanchez shows and goes himself. Brought down by Owen Farrell. Basin Varley is back on the right hand side to Matis Alamano, who's caught on the ball. Creevy once again. Carreras comes back inside. Bounce off Jamie George has another go. Pick up and go from Augustin Creevy. Rather 22. Still penalty advantage here for Argentina. So Basin Varley taking a while to go. Goes to Nicolas Sanchez. Right, what can Nicolas Sanchez? Sanchez fires it out to Moroni. Moroni wants to go to the boot, but it's intercepted by Lewis Laidlam. And they'll go back for the penalty decision time here. It's 14 minutes to go. Do Argentina go to the line? Do they take the 3 points? Be brave. Go for the line. Be brave. Come on. Go for the corner. Go for the corner.
Scoroni came up with that amazing try score, try saver. That's Wales, who was from Senate in the corner. Nicolas Sanchez. This will take him through 900 points in international rugby.
Right, there we go. A bit of a milestone there for Nicolas Sanchez. He has the extra 3, brings up 900 international points for the legendary Argentinian scrum half. Bar half. I'm getting some ice for my drinks because it is very, very warm over here. Won't be having lukewarm beverages. Deep restart there from George Ford. It's a pretty good take though. Taking a while as Basin Vardas eventually goes to the boot with 12 minutes to go. 3-point lead. Does find touch. Does the scrum off. Don't mind me becoming a bit of a mixologist over here. Prepping my drinks. Why not? Might as well have a couple of casuals, you know what I'm saying? Mark Ray says that Cola, vodka, and Coke. I like the little after Easter. It is actually rum. It is a bit of rum and Coke. It's a Friday night. It's my favorite. Hey, go away. Bit of Captain Morgan, bit of Spice Golden Coke. Favorite drink, by the way. Absolutely favorite drink. If you ever see me out and you want to buy me a drink, that or a beer goes a long way. Good work there from England, trying to get in the front foot shirt. Slow ball there for Lewis Lalem. Danny Kerr, ball the base of the ruck here. As we go into the final 10 minutes, George Ford goes short. And the Martians lost the ball forward. Big moment that. Well, you just need a moment like that. An opportunity to scrum, try and win a penalty, for example. Big tackle there coming from Rodrigo Bruni. It's a good tackle on Danny Kerr, actually, from his opposite number, Basin Vardas. Break and play here. A couple of players on the ground. Jamie George barking out instructions to his teammates. Big moment there. So basically, what Argentina need here, the scrum penalty, they need to actually find touch. They need to find their way into the England territory and try to find a penalty or get a try, for example. Just a try will be enough for them. Doesn't even need to be converted. As Ollie Chesham is replaced by David Ribbons. Right, Nicolas Sanchez kicks him behind. Spots a bit of gap. I tell you what, the right sort of bounce could have been between two. Does bounce back inside towards Marcus Smith. And he goes to Nicolas Sanchez. Nicolas Sanchez, he lifts it up in the air. It's pretty well weighted as well. Just inside, in fact, just gone too far. Just kept going, and George Ford deciding to mark it, slow things down. Good, right decision from him.
Forever Sports, exactly what he wants in his position right now. Let's take the challenge. 22.
Right, so Argentina on the halfway line. They go to the front of the line. A good take there from Guido Petty. Gaston Kirby at the back of the line, just controlling things well. They're inching forward to Argentina. Bezen Vargas wants to get it. And he's caught by Lewis Leyland, so he needs to get down to the ground. He does get down to the ground. Lewis Leyland's not going to... Oh. Kirby wants a penalty there. Sanchez saying, just calm down. We've got the scrum. Just take it. Turnover, well, wasn't turnover ball, scrum here for Argentina. And almost an interesting call there because Lewis Leyland was caught on the wrong side. Couldn't roll. Yeah, Kirby having a word with the referee. I've got a bug in my drink. Away with you. Good work from Lewis Leyland, putting a lot of pressure on Bezen Vargas. So this is the scrum for Argentina, though. Final 8 minutes, big time for a potential scrum, penalty. They win a penalty here, can go to the corner just to try will be enough. Possessions 50-50. The RCF really played well in the second half. They've come from behind, given themselves a chance. It's been a 3-point game. It's actually been very close throughout the game. So it's been an epic comeback when you think that they are 13 points down at this stage. It's a pretty big scrum coming from Argentina. It's a huge scrum coming from Argentina. Potential penalty. No, they go down the blind side, though. Good work there from Rodrigo Bruni. Pick up and go as well for Bezen Vargas. Up against 22. Good work here from Argentina. Right by 22. Nicolas Sanchez comes inside, gives it away to Rodrigo Bruni. Bezen Vargas now frees himself up. He gives it away to Joel Slavi. De La Fuente Sanchez. And the knock-on coming from England. Jean-Cruz Malia under pressure. I think they'll probably take a scrum actually back then. Knock-on advantage here for Argentina. Big counter came from England, but he'll say no advantage there whatsoever. Let's go back and go for the scrum. Opportunity here, though. It was a pretty impressive scrum, though, from Argentina. So an opportunity to have another go here. And a penalty would be a big decision. 7 minutes to go. Do you go for the 3, level things up? Or do you go for the corner and go for the win? Nicolas Sanchez has been put under pressure, getting that offload away. Ollie Lawrence coming through and knocking it on. And Ben Earl, that's a big cut on his head. He's got down a little bit of treatment here. So it's Sam Underhill, in fact.
Six and a half minutes for the India tour opportunity in the Rugby World Cup 2022. Which bit of a bang any note? That's the pride to take it on.
Sam Underhill's first game of the World Cup, his only game of the World Cup, and he's played very, very well. Such a talented player, just had, just all the concussion issues, for example, and injuries, and it's just, he's always been a great player when he's managed to get in the park, but he's had such a bad history with concussion. In fact, he's had to take time off because he's had so many concussions. So unfortunately, he's kind of a couple of concussions away from potentially even having to hang up his boots. It's been that bad. So yeah, I mean, he's a great player. He needs to be careful though. As you can see, not holding him back at all. But yeah, any sort of more head injuries, and he could find himself in a bit of trouble. It's an interesting decision, isn't it? I mean, he must be in that situation where he must be getting a bit worried about playing, just because he's had so many head injuries and he's had to take time off. For example, he had to miss a couple of months due to it. And obviously, every single time you get injury afterwards, it gets worse and worse. And it kind of comes to a time where you start to wonder how much is worth it, which is not good. You know, it's not an ideal situation when it's such a talented player. A player could be a world beater really if he got a decent run. Right, 7 minutes to go. What can they conjure up here in Argentina? Ball's available from Basin Varles. Switch play to Nicolas Sanchez. Sanchez fires it out towards mid-space here. They go to Matias Carreras. Oh, he sat down Marcus Smith. Goodness me. Slow ball here from Basin Varles. Penalty advantage here for Argentina as well for not rolling. Joel Slavi. Big Gary from the big man. Basin Varles is there, but Sam Underhill's trying to slow things down. No advantage. They go back for the penalty. They'll go to the corner here, I think. And Nicolas Sanchez is saying there's 2 here. There's 2 penalties. Right. To extra time or the win. Go for the corner. Go for the corner. You had a decent rolling more earlier. Go for the corner. Come on. Go for the corner. Surely. It's not a guaranteed 3-point. I think they better go for the corner. Look at this hit here of Matias Carreras. Sitting down Marcus Smith. Bang! Sit down. Gets away from Danny Kerr as well. I think they're going for the points here. I'm not sure it's the right call. Not sure it's the right call. It's not even that straightforward. It's not an easy attempt here from Nicolas Sanchez. He's a great goal kicker. I mean, look, he's made for this sort of situation. But this is not a straightforward kick. I think they should have gone for the corner. Took a long discussion before getting this. Yeah, he's missed it. I said not the right decision. Not the right decision. He's missed it. He's rushed it a bit, I think, as well. Should have gone for the corner. Should have gone for the corner. I mean, they're all over England. England are tired. You can see England are tired. They're doing a lot of defending, a lot of giving away penalties. Go for the corner. Just keep hammering away. Instead, they've gone for a very difficult opportunity. He's missed his Nicolas Sanchez. Could that have been the opportunity gone? 4.5 minutes left for England. A 3-point game. I mean, George Ford is going to hammer this as far as possible. Oh, but Tech is there. I think that's for Marcus Kramer. Right, he pops it up to Nicolas Sanchez. Nicolas Sanchez goes up to the boot. I think it's Matis Moroni's up there. A lot of Argentinian players trying to lock it back, and it's very... it's Melio Bafeli. Of course it's Melio Bafeli. Gets the ball back. Right, to Augustin Crevi. He turns away. Good work from him. Basin Varles. Sanchez. Inside to Carreras. Basin Varles got on the right-hand side this time. Itoje there to make the tackle. Ball available for Basin Varles. Sniping. Gives it inside to Nicolas Sanchez. Nicolas Sanchez trying to find a bit of space. Nicolas Sanchez almost finding a half gap. Gives it away to Marcus Kramer. Still going is Marcus Kramer. Good work here from Argentina. Just possession here. 7 phases so far. Sanchez. Flat. To Geronimo de la Fuente. Guido Petty. Good carry from him. Oh, a bit of numbers here. Numbers. Gonzalez with a good break of place. Making a few yards up the 10-meter line. Basin Varles. Oh! Knock on here from Basin Varles. I'm not convinced it was a knock on. I think it came off his boot. I'm not convinced there was a knock on here. Basin Varles cannot believe it. I don't think it's off his hands at all here. Let's have a look at this. I don't think this is a knock on. Ball comes off of... yeah, there's no knock on. Nick Berry, there's no knock on. Off the foot, off the foot, off the foot. So they've now changed the accidental side, saying he was in front. The boos ring around the Stade de France. You can see the crowd's not impressed with that decision. England lead with 3 minutes to go. 3 points in 3 minutes. Right, so this is basically it for Argentina. For Augustin Creevy for the props, this is it. This is they need a scrum. They need a scrum penalty here. And there's zero stability there, as you kind of expect. Both teams very wary of that. Michael Checker saying, come on, these records of the penalty there. Michael Checker, what an animated coach. You won't see too many people with much more animation than Michael Checker. Time on, yeah. Huge scrum from Argentina, but no award there. George Ford kicks it deep. Fielded by Malian Buffetti. In fact, I think it should be John Cruz Malia. There it is, Buffetti. Buffetti getting away from one. Eventually brought down. Right, Argentina have to build from deep here. Ollie Lawrence has gone down in the heap. Ooh, numbers. Mateo Carreras, look at this pace. Look at the pace of Mateo Carreras. He's gone steamrolling over George Ford. He's up to the task. Up to 22, Argentina go. Long ball to Bruni. Great pass there. One of the England players is clutching his head. I think they're trying to... I mean, that's the second England player. They're trying to buy a penalty here. It is Owen Farrell. Numbers once again to Sanchez. Ball over the top to Buffetti. Buffetti needs to come back inside. Up back from the 10-meter line. Argentina. Ball comes loose. And it's turnover ball here. That could be the game. 1.5 minutes left. And they're going to stop here because they've got injuries. Couple of checks. We're going to check to see if it's a knock on and check to see if it's potential foul play. All right, I want to have a look here, see if there's an elbow when in the contact with Owen Farrell. He's gone down in the heap. All right, Nick Berry, what are you going to decide yet? All right, what are we going to call here? Owen Farrell reckons he's had an elbow to his head in the contact from Matias Carreras. So it's going to be an England scrum, yeah, which will be enough, I reckon. I think they've checked it to see there's nothing wrong with Matias Carreras. And I don't think it's a knockout. So he stopped played at Nick Berry, so I think it'll be an Argentina scrum. Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. It's a good tackle from Owen Farrell. He measures up with it. So it's George Ford. It is a good tackle. He's basically happy to get steamrolled.
Shoulder and then the arm came forward. That was his ball.
Right, so eventually you get back underway with the scrum. There's about less than 90 seconds remaining, so this is basically done for England. And unless Argentina find a scrum penalty here, interesting decision. Could they go to extra time? We'll have to wait and see, won't we? But, yeah, it's now an error for Argentina. It's just over a minute. Yeah, pushing in front. Free kick. Over-eager. Far too over-eager. It kind of sums up Argentina. There's just no discipline, unfortunately, there. Far too over-eager. Wants to try and win a scrum penalty. Augustin Crevy's fuming. England will take another scrum, I reckon. Try and wind things down a bit. Which could backfire. Final minute, once again, it's all that can save Argentina is a big scrum. That's it. The ball goes in. Big shot coming from Argentina. Huge shot coming from Argentina. Bennett breaks with it. And it's available. 30 seconds to go here from England. They're just going to do a couple of phases here. Pops it up and Dave Ribbons. They need basically 2 more phases and that's it. Okay, goes to Laidlam. And the counter ruck. No, that'll be it. Penalty advantage anyway. Penalty, there it is. England with the bronze medal. Argentina gave it everything. It was actually a very good clash. Right up towards the end. England will leave the World Cup. As you can see, Mario Tuilagi could not care. But that is full time. 23.26. People, thank you very much for joining me on the watch along. We will see you tomorrow morning for the big day. This was a bit of a warm-up, a bit of a taster for what we will see. Tomorrow we'll have Billa throughout the entire day. Do come and join us throughout the day for the various shows. Thank you very much for joining me. We will see you guys tomorrow. If you are new, make sure you subscribe to the channel as we try to get to 60,000 subscribers tomorrow. And yeah, what a tournament it is as it comes to an end. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching.